Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning. Where is the volume? And then the light. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, we are just testing.
You are very audible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, sir.
Very much, right?
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, ma'am, baby.
How are you?
Find yourself, ma'am.
Am I audible?
You are very much audible.
Okay, but and also my video, is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Good morning, Honorable BB.
Good morning, my sweetheart. How are you?
Ngiyaphila babanjani.
Nathi sikhona sweetheart wami, ngaze ngajabula ukusizo lakho mamkhulu. Abaqule zami lezi.
Kunjani?
I know you won't let me down, guys. I know.
Not at all. We were taught very well.
I know, comrade. We always soldier on. We always soldier on, my leader. Thank you so much, Baba. Thank you so much for that. Okay, no Mamuspida, no Mampeki. Welcome you guys. But
thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Ngiyabonga.
Good morning. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. How are my background?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. You are, yes, you are okay, Ms. Njadu.
Thank you so much.
Honey.
Ma'am, Honey, your head is a little bit too, it's not within the frame. If you can please put your head in the middle. That's it. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, just so. Thank you. That's fine.
That is fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members. May I request that all members switch on their videos, especially the ones that are representing will be partaking in the debate. We just want to see that you are centered. Thank you, Ms. Sheikh. Thank you, my honorable Sheikh. Thank you, honorable Bibi. That's correct. All members that will be partaking in the debate, please switch on your videos. Ma'am Bibi is fine. Ma'am Sheikh is also fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Njadu.
I just want to check now. How is it now? Is it fine?
It's just, yeah, thank you very much.
That's perfect, ne?
Yeah, that is
Thank you
okay.
so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And myself, you got that? I think I've moved a little bit. Is it okay now?
It is fine, ma'am.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am Mutua. That is correct. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Zama, is it fine now? Is it fine?
It is correct,
that-
ma'am. I will just see where is Mr. Mvulani. Hold on.
I'll check
Hold
with,
on, ma'am.
yeah, if you can check with him because he was phoning.
Okay, ma'am.
Jonah,
Thank you, sir.
Jonah,
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Mutua and Honorable Mamarikhan, if they can just turn, yeah, that's fine like that, Honorable Mamarikhan. Honorable Mutua, do you want to turn your phone? I see it's facing up. Do you want to make it lie horizontally so that you can come? Unless you are debating, but if you are going to participate, it's okay. Honorable Mamarikhan is tabling a report. So if it can stay like that, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I have a declaration, sir, that I will make.
That's correct, ma'am. Thank you.
It's okay
Is-
like
is
this.
Okay.
Honorable Mutua,
Yes.
are you doing a motion? Or are you going to be speaking in the house?
No, I'm on the visual. I'm doing the declaration.
Declaration. Okay, do you want to show
Yes.
your video? Do you want to show your video? So your phone is sitting, standing up. Do you want to make it lie? Just make it lie down. It's standing up. Just turn it, rotate it. Just turn
Oh,
it.
Master Richard.
Yeah,
It's okay like this.
make it sit horizontal. So its fate is facing up vertical, like when you answer it. Just turn it. It's fine. All right, it's fine. Let me phone you. It's okay. It's okay. I'll phone you. Just push it the way it was. I'll phone you.
Oh,
I
okay.
am here, Zama. I'm sorted.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I think Jono spoke to you. That's a good one, Honorable Jadu. I must say, I was very impressed when I saw your picture. That's good. That's very good.
Thank you very much.
Sure. I'll phone you, Honorable.
Okay, sure.
Zama? Zama,
Mam Dongeni,
I'm fine, ne?
you are good. Just move just a little bit backwards, but it's too close to you. It's showing your. Do you want to push? Yeah. Yep. Move a little bit more up. You want to. It's showing your head, only your head. You need to see your shoulders. Yeah, it's
Is
good
it
like that.
fine?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yes. We are good, Deputy Chair. Thank you. Honorable Mushodi, you are slightly backwards there. Do you want to bring it closer to you? It's a bit further from. Come closer to it. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Jono. I'm phoning Honorable Mutwane.
We'll leave around that time. Five minutes to go there to you. You tell us 10 minutes before.
It's not 10 o'clock.
Well, greetings everybody. Are we Pindela? Please indicate. So can we start?
Yes, Chairman, proceed.
Well, thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. I will now.
Recording in progress.
In keeping with our tradition, bow to my right and bow to my left. And having done so, I now request delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Please be reminded, the honorable delegates, that the rules and the process apply for this virtual sitting. So before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular, sub-rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on the gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they have permission to speak. That all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would also like to welcome all permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates and SALGA representatives to the House. Having done so, honorable members, I will now allow for notices of motion. Please indicate if you want to table notice of a motion. So we'll start with Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Ndongeni, to be followed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
By Bartlett.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in the next sitting debates the agent intervention geared at bolstering mental health support services in South African schools to prove counseling to the school community to ensure learners receive the necessary assistance and guidance during difficult times. I so moved. Thank you, Chairperson.
Member, thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. We'll then move on to Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And thanks for the opportunity, Chair. I must just apologize that I cannot switch on my video because I have a problem. Is it okay, Chair? Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the... Okay. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates mechanisms geared at dealing decisively with criminal syndicates that are hampering the implementation of human settlement projects and hijacking buildings. I thank Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Mamari Khan.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I here move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the acceleration of the professionalization of the performance of municipalities and strengthening of their abilities to deliver the utmost best service in the provision of basic service such as water and sanitation, municipal waste collection, and the repair and maintenance of the roads faster. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamari Khan. There was a name there of Honorable Lihihi. The name has disappeared from the list in front of me. That being the case, I think I should move on. Thank you very much, honorable members. We'll now move on to motions without notice. We'll start with Honorable Shaikh. Honorable Shaikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move that the House commence the unveiling of 100 Department of Home Affairs mobile offices in Mokopane, Limpopo by President Ramaphosa on Tuesday, the 7th of May, 2024. Notes that the unveiling of new mobile offices is set to be part of the Department of Home Affairs hybrid access model aimed at servicing areas where the department's footprint is limited. Also notes that the new trucks, purpose-built offices offer all Home Affairs services in a convenient way, including shaded waiting areas and ample parking spaces. Understands that apart from the 412 Home Affairs offices in different parts of the country, the department is expanding the reach of its services through partnerships with banks and shopping malls, and also with the current expansion of offices like trucks launched in Mokopane. Believes that the mobile trucks will enable Home Affairs services to reach people in rural areas, as well as ensure that services are available during load shedding and times of poor network connection. Also believes that the mobile offices will assist a great deal in reducing the influx of people at the department's offices, and applauds the Home Affairs initiative for mobile offices, which are going to improve the provision of Home Affairs services across South Africa, and welcomes the announcement that mobile offices will be spread to all other provinces as well. I so move, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Shaik. Any objection to the motion?
No.
There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Next is Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika. We'll pass Honorable Malika. We'll go to
No,
Honorable
Chair.
Mushodi.
No, Chair, I'm available. I was trying to
okay.
unmute. Sorry, Chairperson, and good morning,
Please
Chairperson.
proceed.
Okay, I hereby move without notice on behalf of African National Congress that the House welcomes the recent opening of 5 new state-of-the-art police stations in KwaZulu-Natal. Note that the stations, which includes Gamalake, Donnybrook, Melmoth, the National Minister of Police, Honorable Bheki Cele. Further note that the significance of the opening of these police stations is aimed at improving the community's access to policing services, and believes that the more police stations are built, the more credence there is for the increased footprint of the South African police, especially in rural areas, which are often far-flung from government services. Further believes that the police stations would effectively improve police response times and enable the SAPS to deliver professional and effective service in response to the needs of communities, and comments that Department of Police for expanding police services to areas in need, and those calls on communities who continue to work with police and rid the area of crime. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
No.
Any objection? There being no objection. The motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mushodi is next.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, and the Chief Whip. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress in the Western Cape that this August House note to the concern the media report about the collapse of a construction site in the town of George in the Western Cape province, where more than 39 workers are reported to be trapped in the raft and 7 reported dead at the time of writing this motion, Honorable Chairperson. We therefore call on August House to send heartfelt condolences to the family of deceased. Further believe that these accidents raise serious concern about the occupational safety and compliance with the building safety standard. We further call upon this August House to call for a multi-agency investigation led by Department of Labor into the cause of this collapse and ensure that those who are found to be capable to meet the fullmighty of the law, and further call on public restraint against the blaming of any individual and entities until the investigation are completed. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mashodi. Any objection to the motion? No objection. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Dango.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House notes with concern the continued and intensified bombardment of social and economic infrastructure by the Israeli Defense Force in Gaza, which undermines the transportation of international humanitarian support. That this intensified bombardment persists despite the public support by the Palestinians for a ceasefire and the beginning of a peaceful dialogue for a lasting solution to the conflict. Therefore calls upon this August House to condemn these bombardments and call upon the United Nations Security Council to take drastic action that will force the warring parties to a negotiating table in search of a lasting peaceful and just solution to the ongoing war in the Middle East. Thank you, Chairperson. I so move.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Any objection to the motion? No objection. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Next is Honorable BB.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes as a step in the right direction the launch of a program aimed at equipping residents with the knowledge and resources necessary to cultivate healthy and nutritious crops in their neighborhoods by KwaZulu-Natal Premier Nomsa Dube-Ncube. And also notes that the Township Agriculture Program is aimed at maximizing food production in small spaces to promote a healthy ecosystem and increase biodiversity in urban areas. Further notes that the program is also aimed to the combating hunger and fostering economic growth within township settings. Understands that it seeks to harness the untapped potential and urban spaces, promoting sustainable agricultural practices to maximize food production. Further understand that it provides opportunities for women, youth, individuals with disabilities, and child-headed households to actively participate in agricultural activities, thereby promoting inclusive living in the township communities. Also understands that KwaZulu-Natal government has allocated 6 million in funding to facilitate to implementation of this project. It commends the KwaZulu-Natal government dedication to support grassroots initiatives aimed at addressing food insecurity and uplifting township communities. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable BB. Any objection to the motion?
I object to that motion, Chair. It's only corruption, nothing else.
Honorable Mkaus, I object to the motion.
I have objected to that motion.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Mohai, you are next.
Thank you, very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and honorable members. I hereby move without notice that the Council knows this year on 27 April, South Africa celebrated 30 years since the dawn of democracy in 1994. Acknowledges that in the last 30 years of democracy, South Africa is vastly different from what it was under the ruthless, racist apartheid regime before 1994. Further acknowledges that today the material conditions of millions of ordinary people have changed for the better, with many of our people carry a great sense of hope for a prosperous South Africa is built on a firm foundation for inclusive polity founded on values of human dignity, human rights, freedom, non-racialism, non-sexism, the rule of law, respect for national sovereignty and media freedom, and takes this opportunity to further acknowledge that even though there is still much that remains to be done to truly realize the fundamental transformation that we envisaged at the onset of democracy in 1994, the ANC remains the only formidable political alternative for driving the agenda for a better life for all South Africans, and recognize the firm foundations laid by the great leadership of Comrade Nelson Mandela and the entire collective of freedom fighters who tirelessly work for a non-racial free South Africa, that the struggle is on for fundamental social transformation agenda in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable High. Any objection to the motion?
I object,
I object, Chair.
Disgranted
There being an
elements
objection, the
will
motion
always
cannot be
object.
proceeded with
Disgranted.
and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable High.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Chair and honorable members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the announcement of the launch of Dube Trade Zone 2, which was announced at a ribbon-cutting ceremony attended by members of the national and provincial government, as well as regional business leaders. Notes that due to the success of the industrial zone's first phase at the site adjacent to the King Shaka International Airport, north of Durban, the second phase Dube Trade Zone 2 project expansion was launched. Also notes that the Dube Trade Zone 2 has already attracted 1.8 billion rands in investment and is expected to create 600 jobs within 5 years. Recalls that the first phase of the project has done well and has already attracted 4.6 billion rand in investment, creating over 5,000 permanent jobs in the process. Further recalls that Trade Zone 1 is currently occupied by 50 investors, including international companies such as Mahindra, Samsung, DHL, and PepsiCo Future Life. Believe that the special economic zones assist a great deal in developing export-oriented industries, attract foreign direct investment and technology transfer, and achieve the generation of employment opportunities, and applauds the successes and expansion of this special economic zone project, and believes that it will go a long way in boosting economic growth and job creation in KwaZulu-Natal. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable High. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Nkosi,
Chairperson, someone in the administration is muting me without my consent. If I try to unmute me on my side, I can't. When I'm saying I objected, someone mutes me. Can you talk to administration?
Yeah, no, I'll attend to it. The table
Can you talk to them, because I objected when I unmute, they mute me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I object.
Honorable Nkosi. Please unmute Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi, you are not audible. We can't hear you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self, the Chief Whip, and all honorable members in the platform. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council note with sadness the passing away of one of Africa's pioneers and mainstay of Black economic empowerment and excellence, Dr. Sam Motsuenyane, the founding father of the National African Federated Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the African Bank, and the African Bank Construction Company. Further note that under his leadership and attitudes, business acumen, he formed the African Bank and NCOP into formidable forces to drive development and transform the financial and economic sectors to be inclusive. Also note that Dr. Motsuenyane played a leading role in building and nurturing our nascent democracy, contributing in the development of the country's macroeconomic policy, the country's growth, and building excellence within NCOP, and a new class of leadership capable of driving development, transformation, and ensuring equity in the economy. He served the country in numerous political and diplomatic spheres, and also served an ambassador in the Gulf state. We therefore express to the Motsuenyane family and now NCOP our condolences. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Muima, you are next. Honorable Muima, you are not audible.
Thank you, National Chairperson. Allow me to rise on behalf of the Mighty African National Congress without notice to implore upon the Council to note the following. One, that the Council notes with complete dismay the DA's despicable advertisement that depicts the burning of the South African public flag amid the national celebration of 30 years of freedom and the preservation of tolerance and peace in the build-up to the 29th May national and provincial election. Secondly, that the Council acknowledges that the DA's advertisement does not only undermine the ultimate symbol of our democracy and freedom, but also wages a despicable and contemptuous flagrant violation of the founding pillars and values of democracy and freedom. Thirdly, that the Council further acknowledges that our national flag remains a sacred symbol of our national identity, integrity, and unity that all South Africa carry with profound pride and consciousness that transcends petty, ignorant, and racially driven party political interest. Fourthly, that further the Council acknowledges that our national flag holds profound significance for the nation as it represents the hard-won freedom and peace achieved through historical struggle against the injustices and atrocities of our atrocious past. And lastly, that the Council further take this opportunity to call on all South Africans to rise up in unity to reject the despicable, racist, and disgraceful treasonous burning of one of the sacred symbol of our democracy as not only an attack on our hard-won democracy,
but as a depiction of the DA's divisive and racist agenda, which must be rejected on the 29th of May, 2024. Thank you, Chairperson. I so move.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Mwima. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ntube. Honorable Ntube. For the last time, Honorable Ntube. Gone. We'll then move on to Honorable Dodovo. Honorable Dodovo. Honorable Dodovo.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
The administration had muted me, but I'm on the line. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hereby move without notice that this council this morning knows that the 8th of May, yesterday, is an important day in the annals of our history because it marks the 28th anniversary of the adoption of the South African Constitution, which is the founding and sacred pillar of our heart-and democracy. Acknowledge that there are many great strides and milestones that have been presented to South Africans, and this is yet another opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to promote the founding values and principles of the Constitution, namely democracy, peace, gender equality, unity, and prosperity in our land. Further acknowledge that our Constitution forms the unbreakable commitment to work tirelessly to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democracy, fundamental human rights, and social justice. And therefore take this opportunity this morning to pay homage and tribute to all men and women of our nation who continue to work tirelessly with the profound determination to improve the quality of lives of our people and to build a united, non-racial, non-service, democratic and prosperous South Africa. And that they must work very hard and they continue to work very hard to make South Africa proud and place it high as a sovereign country in the family of nations. So I move, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovo. Any objection to the motion? No, there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here, Chair. We're being muted by the host. Honourable Chair, I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that this House notes with great sadness the passing of Flip de Wet, a respected community leader, a dear friend, a father, grandfather, and notes that this giant will be missed by friends, family, and colleagues. Notes that his legacy of living with a caring heart, fair judgment, respect, and empathy will live on in his absence, and conveys our heartfelt condolences to the de Wet family. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Detroit. Any objection to the motion? No objection. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the of the Constitution. Honorable Ryder. We'll pass Honorable Ryder.
Chairperson, sorry. Chairperson, the host has muted all participants, and then suddenly when you call someone, the host is asking you to unmute yourself. Chair, this is not allowing us to object to the motions. Someone is playing games in the back office with the administration, and all of the motions that have been read out should be null and void, because you cannot have a process where the host of a Zoom meeting is controlling who gets an opportunity to speak and when they get an opportunity to speak. Chair, we have video, we've all taken screenshot evidence of what's happening. This is not correct. And honestly, we can't carry on like this. Chair, I must raise in my voice
objection
strongest objection, Chair, to the way this is being managed, and I call for a scrapping of these motions.
Yes, your objection is noted. I'll ask the table to please look into this matter. But on the question of the motion without notice, Honorable Ryder, are you tabling a motion or not? Are you or aren't you tabling a motion? Honorable Ryder. We'll have to pass.
They won't let me unmute. They keep blocking us from unmuting, so I can't answer you.
Can we meet?
You ask me a question, I cannot answer you, Chair. What's going on?
Can we speak, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Mahai.
Yeah, I think the best procedure that the rules provides for is that members within the rules can raise objection. What I want to raise, Chair, that has happened is that there were a few moments where it was difficult to unmute, and the host, it seems that has been corrected. In an area where Honorable Ryder has indicated objection, it will stay as such that they objected. So there is no need to regard the process that you have undertaken with honor and dignity, that it should be scrapped. That's totally out of order. I do not understand this kind of proposal. So I suggest that we proceed because the table can note as record of what has been unfolding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, on my side, just to extend an apology to everybody who has been affected.
Thanks, Chair.
And that will do everything possible to correct the anomaly and just ensure that things smoothly unfold and proceed as expected. So we'll now move on to Honorable Labuschagne. Honorable Labuschagne.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, yes, I object to the motion that was done by Honorable Ndlovu, because I didn't have the opportunity to object to it against anything. And I would like to say that with all due respect, at the end of a 5-year term, the Chief Whip to come and say that we are out of order, because what is actually out of order is that this meeting was set up incorrectly. And the right thing would have been for the Chief Whip to admit it and say, I apologize, and we will start with the motions all from the beginning. Because right from the beginning, we were all muted. None of us could say anything. So, Chair, this is unacceptable. It doesn't matter how we go about it, and we can sling mud and we can do anything. This is unacceptable. We cannot be muted and then have to raise everything, and then you say we have to have a motion, and the Chief Whips tell this and that. The fact of the matter is, this is incorrect, it's unacceptable, and we cannot continue like this. So that will not be recorded. None of our objections against the motions can be recorded in any way because we couldn't raise our voices. So, and what was put on the chat was also ignored. So can we please start again with the motion so that we can raise our objections? Thank you.
Chairperson, may I call order, please?
Yeah, Honorable Lucas.
Yes, Chairperson. I want the point of order that I want to raise is that the time for motions is in any case past. And can we please move to the next point on the order paper? 20 minutes have lapsed. So can we please move to the next orders?
Honorable members, you are putting me in a very, very difficult situation because many people have now spoken, but did not table the motion or motions as expected. So if I may just plead for indulgence and try to accommodate the following persons, right? I know that time allocated is not really in keeping with what is now happening. But we also need to deal with this perception that there is a manipulation of the system and persons are not, that members are not allowed to table their motions. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing of the sort. There may be a few objections here and there. Those have been noted, and we're trying to get the table to ensure that these problems do not occur. Can we move on to Honorable Parker? Let's start with Labuskakne first. Honorable Labuskakne, please table the motion.
Chair, my motion is a point of order. I am still muted.
No, thank you
I
very
can
much.
only speak when you allow me to speak. I cannot unmute myself, and we are manipulated. It doesn't matter how you call it. And the fact that you don't know it is not my problem. The fact is that we are all muted because the host has asked you to start your video. Everything that...
Thank you very much.
Yes, can we call order, please?
This is
Can we call order,
unacceptable.
please? Can we
This
call
is
order,
unacceptable.
please? Can we just
Honorable
call order on this
Chairperson,
emotional outburst?
Honorable
Can we call order?
Honorable Deputy Chair, you are not in the chair, so stop ruling from your chair as you normally do.
I am entitled to call order as you are entitled to burst out. I am entitled to call order.
I have
Your point of order wasn't acknowledged,
I'm a member of
Lucas.
this house.
We are
I am a
muted.
member of this house.
We
I'm
are
entitled to
muted.
call
We
order.
cannot unmute ourselves. We cannot raise a point of
Honorable
order. We
Parker,
can do
you're next.
nothing. You are manipulating this system, this setting. If I
Honorable
can't,
Parker, please proceed.
that is the only thing that
Chair,
you can do.
Oh man, this is not a European Parliament.
Order,
This is
please.
an ANC Parliament being manipulated
Can you
because
please
that's
have
the last thing you
order?
can do. You don't know how to run a parliament. You don't know how to follow the rules. You can just know how to
Please
manipulate.
proceed,
This is
Honorable
what it is.
Yeah, because you are the
And I will
best.
keep on talking until you
Totally.
unmute me. I will keep on talking until you unmute me.
Making noise,
And
man.
my team will
Please
keep on
proceed.
talking. The team will keep on
Honorable
talking
Parker.
until you correct this procedure. I will not. There's no rules. You don't know the rules. You only do what you want. This is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. This
Please
is
proceed.
Chair, you called me to make my point. Chairperson, it's unacceptable really what is happening. I don't know what rule to put across, but I think it's not fair that we are not able to talk to what is happening in this house. Now the problem that I have, there are motions that are put across and we want to make our voice heard on those, and it was not open. I tried many times to raise my hand, to make my view on the motions that are put across. I couldn't. And for a long time, I've been trying to unmute. I couldn't. Now, it can't be that people just speak from the floor and say what they want to say in terms of what you are raising. You are raising a genuine issue which makes a mockery of what is happening in this house. So I think, Chairperson, it's not fair, it's wrong, and politically, it's incorrect for people to be able not to be able to air their views on the proceedings of the House. Because why are we here then if we are going to sit and listen, and when you want to participate, you are not allowed to? So I don't have a motion to put across, but I feel that I must raise my voice as well, because it's not an honorable Labuskachne issue. It's an issue that we all confronted with. Mukause was
but now you are holding us to ransom. You were sleeping.
Order.
I take that as
order,
a
comrades. What is this?
Point of order, Chair. You are making a mockery of this house.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed, please.
Making a mockery of Parliament and the country.
And I don't want to repeat myself.
My hand is up.
Honorable Nana.
My hand is up. It's been up.
Yes, on the list. Honorable Nana.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and good morning to honorable members. As this episode is unfolding, I can't help to think.
But Chair, it does not help that we give all these members to raise one and the same issue. When
Point of order, you can't interject.
But what is this thing of yours, Wena? People are on the floor, you are talking.
Can I be protected? Can I be protected?
Honorable Nana, please proceed with the motion.
Problem is good. We are going towards the election and everybody wants to say something. Plus.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I was saying, Chairperson, I can't help but think of a situation in the 5th Parliament in which members of the National Assembly's phones and gadgets were jammed because they were the 5th administration was trying to block members of Parliament from communicating what was happening inside with the outside world. This is completely wrong. I dare move even beyond the proposal that colleagues are putting on the table. There has to be somebody who is held accountable for this act. This is a complete disrespect of our Constitution. This is complete disrespect of the privileges of members of Parliament, and it cannot be left like this, Chairperson. This is ANC desperation in steroids, because the truth is, when Honorable Makausi started to object to all of the motions that were being put across by the ANC, showing off your successes, launching of this, launching of that, the plan must have been devised then. And I'm saying, Chairperson, we must get to the bottom of this. Somebody responsible for this.
May I please call order?
It is not possible.
Can I be allowed to speak on a point?
I've been raising my hand in an orderly manner.
Can I then at this point request Honorable the Secretary of the NCOP, Advocate Pindela, to make a comment or two. Advocate. Advocate Pindela.
He knows Chairperson of the Council. Chairperson of the Council is the
I've raised my hand
here.
way before this, even the current speaker is speaking.
Why is Mohai speaking?
I have been raising my hand.
When I've raised our hand?
I've been raising my hand early. Chairperson,
Honorable
Chief, we've
What-
been
Honorable
raising
members,
our
we can't
hands since the
all
beginning.
talk
So
at
don't
the
feel left
same
out. agree
time.
on,
Anything is
What
applicable
this
to that,
house
but
should
we
agree
can't all
on,
talk at the
Chairperson.
same time. Honorable
Chief,
Mahari,
this
yes.
house we've been should raising agree our hands on since the beginning. is that whatever technical glitch that may have
So a
arisen
person
today
can just speak without
should
being
be
recognized like
technical.
Muhai.
This is
So a person
manipulated.
must just speak without being
should be
recognized.
reported
And
to
it's us who are going to
appropriate
present it.
instruction.
Why
No,
is Moai
Chairperson.
speaking?
No,
And
why is
what
Muhai
point?
speaking? What is not
secondly,
recognized?
Chair,
We're equal here.
in keeping with the decorum of the meeting, members who do not switch their videos must not be allowed to speak. Those who
Hey,
just
why
speak
are you
without
lecturing
permission
us
of the
on
chairperson,
nonsense?
those
That's
who
nonsense.
just speak without the permission of the chairperson
A long
must
time
be
ago. That is
removed
nonsense, man.
from their platform. We are raising this chair because this house cannot discuss the technical glitch, but the report has to be presented. Those members are in order who says
But
that
how do you know,
an
Muhai, if
explanation.
it's a technical glitch? How do
No,
you
I'm
how
saying,
do you
here
know?
is a point.
Chairperson,
When we
can you please
started,
recognize the
Do
people
you
you
know
when we
that
started,
it's
chairperson,
not
we
a
all raised
technical
our
glitch?
hands.
Because you don't know which
Hands that were raised were
deliberately.
recognized.
How do you
But
arrive
later
at a
on,
conclusion? We are
because
lying.
motions are not debated in the house, it's either approve or object on the motion. So I suggest that, Chair, for you to be in charge of the house,
If you are muted,
nobody
how
should
do
be
you
able to
object?
unmute
How do you
themselves
object
unless
if you
proper
are
request
muted?
is made.
How do
I
you
so move,
object if you are
Honorable
muted?
Chairperson. Thank you.
If you are muted, you can't object.
Honorable members,
You are a disappointment.
given the
The
fact that
Honorable
so much
Magos
time
will
has
leave
been
these fools.
spent on this item, and the fact that time is really up, I will therefore move to
My
the next
hand is up.
item.
Chairperson,
My hand has
Thank
been
you
Chairperson,
up.
very much.
I'm not
The
going to
My
next
give
hand
up.
has
My
been
item
hand has
up.
been up for a very long
motion
time.
on the order
My
paper
hand has been
by the
up.
Chief Whip.
Chairperson,
Honorable Chief
Chairperson, my
Whip,
hand has been up.
please present the motion.
Chairperson,
My
Chairperson,
hand has been up.
my
We
Chairperson.
will now move to the next item. Chief Whip,
Chairperson.
Our hands are up
You
in the
can't do that,
consent.
Chair.
time is up.
My
Please
hands
proceed.
Proceed,
Chief Whip.
Chairperson. We're not going to proceed. You must allow
No,
members
Chair.
to speak.
Can't
Whether
proceed.
time is up
No,
or
Our
not.
you
hands
want to
has been up.
participate, Chairperson.
We'll
I was
No,
proceed.
asking
Chairperson.
Zama why
We
I
will
can't
not
I've read the
proceed.
conclude,
ruling.
why
We'll
I
proceed.
cannot talk.
Chief Whip,
No,
The honorable
Chairperson.
members.
We can't proceed. Our heads has been up, Chairperson.
Chief Whip,
Orderly
please
so.
proceed.
Honorable members,
Moa
we
is
have
not going to
requested
talk here.
Wait. You are not a
Our
chairperson,
hand
but
has
just wait.
been up. You are
Just wait.
making, you are
we
allowing Moa to
acknowledge
make a
that the
fool out
DA
of your
just
office
and the EFF has
because you
rehearsed
can't think.
Just
You
wait.
to
can't
want
think.
to
You can't
If the
sabotage the
think.
chairperson
You are
doesn't
being
proceedings
allow me to
controlled
today
by
speak, I'm going to
Moai.
tell the
We have
chairperson
said
where is
you
the
are
because they are
going
in
to be
problem.
muted
alliance.
by the person
Moai who
responsible
also
for the
can't
topic.
think. All of you can't think combined.
No,
All of you
chairperson.
combined.
Await guidance
to
from
leave these
you,
fools.
I'm not
the
going to
officers
speak.
of the
This
country,
All the time.
Honorable
avoid
Just
this
you are
members,
Moha is not a
please,
chairperson.
you can't think.
behavior.
You can't think.
order, order,
Why are you calling order? Why you are allowing Moai
order,
to control you? Because you can't
order.
take charge of the house.
Honorable
Members
Mahari,
be muted, Chair. Order because you allowed this to happen under your watch.
Chairperson, can I please be recognized?
now
It's
on
Honorable
the
Markwala.
motion by the Chief Whip. Honorable Mahari, please
Our
proceed.
hands are
No,
up.
Chairperson.
We need to resolve
No.
the
Chairperson.
previous matter.
No,
Our
Chairperson.
hands are up.
Moha is
We
not
must
going to
resolve
speak.
the
He's the
previous
cause of this
matter.
lynch problem.
How?
Immediately when this
How
host
do you
gave
play
Mohai
this
the
game?
right
Now,
to
can
be
you
the
deteriorate to
co-host,
this level?
that's where the problem started.
Is this the
It
level
can
of
never
desperation
be
that
that,
you can
that
stoop
Mohai comes
to?
and Landok and pretend that
Is
he
this
doesn't know
level
the
of
problem.
desperation that you
It's
can
your
stoop?
office. It's your
That's why
office
you are
that made this
advocating for the
glitch
banning
Mohai
of the flag
when you
of
were
the
given the
country.
rights to be the
You
co-host.
all
And we knew it
you have
immediately after
deteriorated.
that there's going
You
to
have
be a problem.
stagnated. Please allow
You
us
and your
to
office,
proceed with the
Mohai,
sitting.
you are the one who caused this problem. When you were given the rights,
I
why
not
were you
Can we
given the
call
rights in the
order?
first place to be the
discourage
co-host?
your
Chairperson,
stagnation
it's not a
from
competition of
from
singing here.
unmoving.
Honourable members,
No, I'm going to speak like Mohai was speaking without being recognized.
You must speak, Makwala. You mustn't
Mohai
undermine
is
us.
the chief whip
We
of
can
this
never be
house.
suppressed by the ANC.
Don't
like that.
recognize
Don't
people.
talk at the
It can never be.
time.
And Mohai is
Maybe
the
we can
problem
sing,
of
but
this
we
glitch.
can't talk
I am
at
saying
the
this
same
now.
time.
Honorable Mohai office is the
Honorable
problem of this
Honorable
glitch.
Mohai is the chief whip of this house.
No, chief whip of
That's a
what?
fact.
It has
Chief
never
whip of
been that
Honorable
we
who?
have
Mohai
glitched
is
in
Chief whip
this
the
of
chief whip
immediately
of
they're
this
given the
house.
Hey,
co-host
Mohai
rights,
cannot
and then
talk
we're having
here.
this
He's
problem.
not going to talk.
That is why he's doing this thing, speaks as is not recognized. And we're being abused. This is abused at the
Boss
highest
of I will
level.
not be, you will not tell me to
No,
keep
this is
quiet.
how
Can
you
I
run
talk
the house.
openly?
You are
I will call
abusing other
order.
members. You are using your political power to do what you are doing. And Mohai just speak without being recognized by the chairperson. And you want us to go and they're not going to be disciplined. It's wrong what you are doing. I've been raising my hand very nicely, waiting for you to be recognized. It can never be a
But
business
you are
as usual.
talking now. We are
When
listening to
members
you.
have raised consent, this is an abuse.
Honorable,
It can never be that this person is just
National
doing this.
Chair,
No,
please, we
Chairperson,
want to
I've raised my
proceed.
hand.
You are busy
Quietly,
singing
so
about the
I've
abuse.
asked
You
you
are
to
not
recognize me. You
raising
are
the
busy
point that
recognizing
is
the
valid.
problem, which is Mohai, the chief whip. Is the one who caused this problem. People can't mute themselves. No, what is this now? And you don't want to rule on it. You are busy calling the advocate. You must rule on it before we move. Before this house.
This procedure
Of what has happened. It can never be a business as usual. How many members have raised this thing?
Makwala,
No, Chairperson. No,
Makwala, I've not
Chairperson.
given you
It's wrong.
permission to speak.
It's
Chief
just like
Whip, please
Mohai, you
proceed.
didn't get permission to speak. That's why I was speaking. Now I'm done. I've raised my point. Give us a ruling on this thing.
Please proceed, Honorable Mohai.
There's no Mohai who's going to proceed here. We have to restart this process over again. We cannot let Mohai talk, and we are not going to be suppressed here. No provincial whip is going
the table to
mute me or
mute
get me to be silenced. Mohai is the one
I
who has
raised
caused
my
all
hand.
this
I
confusion.
raised my
It's
hand.
Mohai.
Didn't allow me. I called
Please proceed, Chief
Zama to put me in because I want to know why I cannot talk.
We
I wanted to
being
raise a
muted.
question, but I was not allowed.
Stop what
Why?
you are. Stop what you are doing.
Thank
Stop
you.
it.
Chairperson.
You are not going to speak.
No, Mohai
now
cannot talk
asked the
before we
table to
finish
Mohai,
raising
you
our
are not
motion.
speaking here. Let's
to
restart.
mute Hause and
Restart the
Makwala.
whole house.
Let
Let's
Mohai
restart
cannot
the
talk.
But
I
how
want
to
to
mute
raise my
Makwala?
motion.
Makwala was already
Before
We
muted
have
Mohai says
objected to
something.
the motions.
Chairperson, I don't think it will
Let
be
us
a harm
restart.
that we,
Let's restart
if we
the
had to
whole
restart
process.
the motions, because all
Let
these
us
parties didn't have
restart
any
the
motions to
process. We have
present,
objected to
We
the
have
except a
motions.
single
motions
You
here.
motion
We
by the
want to
Freedom
raise our
Front.
motion.
wants to
So
put
it
across your
demonstrates how
nonsense.
ill-prepared they
Mohai
are for
can't
this
talk.
sitting.
Mohai is the one
I do
who
not think it is a
generated this
problem,
whole
You are
Chairperson of
out
the
of order.
Council, to restart
You
You
are
the
are
out
not
of
motions
going to
order,
talk,
Chief
to
Whip.
Mohai.
You are
demonstrate
out
to
of
them
order.
our
We can't
capacity
You are
start.
not
We
going
can't
to
to
speak.
take
start.
this process very
You are
seriously.
not going
I
to
want
talk.
to raise my motion.
Chief
You are
Whip,
not
you are
going to talk, Mohai.
You are disappointing people. Let me
You
tell you.
started this whole
You are
nyaga
a
nyaga, Mohai.
disappointment.
It's your nyaga nyaga. This one.
And you too, Bacha, you are a
It's your
disappointment.
nyaga nyaga, Mohai.
You are a disappointment,
It's your
Bacha.
nyaga nyaga.
You know, Chairperson, after 5 years holding Honorable Mohai in such high esteem, I can tell you the entire caucus of the DA in the NCOP has been respecting him because he always came across as a level-headed man who knows his job. But I dare say today, Chairperson, I am
Chair,
just disappointed.
we have placed a
Honorable
proposal,
Bacha.
Chair, that we restart
Mohai,
the motions,
No, let's go.
allow
Thank you
Let's
save
very
go.
much.
ourselves from an
Time
extra
is
from a
over.
Ask
very ignorant member of the DA here.
honorable members,
Let's
I'm really
proceed.
pleading with you
We
to
propose
please
that, Chair, honestly,
not stop
because all these people, they have
stop talking at
rehearsed.
the same time.
The DA
Please
and the
stop talking at the
EFF
same
have
time.
rehearsed this, Chair. We appeal to you, Chair, to rule to restart the
Chief
process.
Whip, if I may just ask you not to respond to what is being said, but to go directly and raise
Honorable Chair.
your motion.
Honorable
Whip.
Chair. There's
Honorable
no motion
Chair.
of Mohai. We need to restart the process of motion so that equal opportunity is given to us to object or not to object, Chairperson. This is illegal and you know it. Mohai has started all this nyaga nyaga. So he needs to sit by it and control it until the end. Let the
It's
housekeeping
you
be
started
restarted.
the all nyaga nyaga. It's not the chief whip. It's you, Mokause.
Honorable members, we will proceed.
We cannot proceed.
I've already made a
cannot
ruling. We proceed to
It's
the
paper.
motion
We
on the order
cannot
paper.
proceed.
Please.
We cannot go to the
Honorable
order
Chair.
paper. We need
What
to
is the
restart
ruling?
this whole process.
Because your aim, you want to collapse us. You can't do
What
that.
is the
No
ruling,
one is, you
Chairperson?
have collapsed yourself.
We have
ANC
already
people are
collapsed, man. We have
disorganized.
already
You have
collapsed
collapsed yourself.
already.
What is
You
the
have
ruling,
collapsed
Chairperson?
yourself. You can't even
Honorable
handle
Chair.
a council sitting. How are you expected to handle the whole country when you have collapsed a council sitting? Let's restart this whole process.
You are out of order, Wena.
Honorable Chair.
If it's JJ.
Honorable Chair.
And really can there be order?
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bishop, what's your point?
At long last, many hands have been raised since the beginning of this sitting, and you ignored it flatly. And that is unacceptable because as chair, with helpers sitting in front of you, you should have seen the hands that had been raised and given those people an opportunity to speak. So like everybody else, we are asking for this process to restart. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. Thank you.
Honorable Bishop, just to a brief response to you. I've religiously noted down every hand
Am I allowed the chair
that
to speak?
appeared on the screen
Honorable
religiously, and I've given every
Honorable
person an opportunity to speak, except of course the last 5 hands or so, because of the commotion that erupted in the house. I'm pleading with you, honorable members, that we should move on to the next item on our guide here on the order page. And that next item is the motion on the of the chief whip on the order page.
Before you move on to Honorable Chair, can I just ask one
thing?
Please
proceed, Chief Whip.
Honorable Chair, can I ask one thing? 2 seconds.
On what point? On what point? There is no
Honorable
point.
Chair,
We must raise on a point.
Can you wait, Deputy
Chief
Chair?
Whip.
Honorable Chair,
Please
I've been
proceed.
recognized now. Honorable Chair, I want to ask, what is the ruling that you have made in terms
I'm not
of
given an
this
opportunity
stage?
to speak, honorable member.
I'm asking for an opportunity. My hand has been up.
I've not allowed you to speak.
Please recognize me.
But Chairperson,
Please recognize me.
I'm not allowing you to
Lucas.
speak. Yeah,
Please
but
recognize
you
me.
put it like that.
Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip and Honorable Lucas have been speaking at will here, and you never raised the issue.
Why
can't you for once be even-handed, Chairperson? For God's sake, you're a presiding officer.
No, I'm a member of this house. Why am I not allowed to speak?
I'm saying you must be recognized before you speak. In the same way,
many were not recognized, and they spoke.
Exactly
like
my point.
Magwala made a speech, and you didn't stop him. Magwala made a speech, and you didn't stop him.
Who's the chairperson here? Deputy Chair, you are not chairing us
It
now.
looks as if Honorable Lucas cannot take criticism.
Of course she can't. She's quite thin.
No, It's wrong.
No, man, please
I'm
come on,
asking very
Chairperson.
nicely.
It is
Honorable
Before
wrong.
you
members,
Speaking for the
Our
last time in
hands are
Parliament.
up. You must recognize us to
You are
speak.
setting a
order,
wrong
Our
precedent.
hands are up.
It is
order,
wrong.
I've
order,
never seen such
order,
anarchy in my life.
order, honorable members.
Our hands are up.
Please proceed, Chief Whip, motion
There's
on the order
no chief
paper.
whip. There's no more
Chairperson,
who's going to talk.
Chairperson of the
He can't
Council,
talk.
under normal circumstances, had we had a hybrid sitting, we would immediately converge as the whippery to look into the matter that has happened that impacted on the full participation of all
You
members.
started this. This is why we are where we are.
However, with due respect, Honorable Bishop, however, the situation is that we are on 100% fully virtual. Because we are unable to converge immediately as the whippery, I'll propose to you, the chairperson of the Council of Provinces, to agree to allow for motions to be run again, so that we consistent, and as we have been, and as you have been providing a guide to this, because all parties didn't raise motions except the ANC and the Freedom Front, but one motion by the Freedom Front. So we can easily run the motions and record objections, because there were motions that were not contested, that there were no objections on. That's why initially I proposed that we refer back to the chat where Honorable Ryder was indicating that there is an objection, however, he is unable to unmute. So I will make that proposal, Chair, that indicates a level of fairness for those members that says that they were unable to unmute, so that we do not allow rabble-rousers in this meeting to succeed, to undermine a very important sitting. Thank you.
You are the rabble-rouser, Mohai. Behind the scenes, you are the rabble-rouser.
Honorable members,
Honorable
members,
and we cannot tolerate that.
honorable
Don't
members,
disrespect the chief whip, Mokause. It's enough
That
now.
rabble-rouser.
That rabble-rouser.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, in an attempt to really ensure that we can accommodate everyone, and that the chaos that has reigned in the House in the past 30 minutes or so is really avoided. I will now go back to the motions being raised again. Now, insofar as the question of notice of motions are concerned, there were no objections. There are only 4 notices of motion raised by Honorable Ndongeni, Bartlett, Mamarekane, and we're supposed to have Lee, who didn't put forward the motion. Now, can I find out if there's anyone who wants to raise a notice of a motion?
Chairperson, wait. We need to restart the process of motions without notice so that we have an opportunity to object and not to object. Why are you taking a shortcut?
I'm
Why are you taking a shortcut?
In fact, I'm allowing for notice of motions to be tabled as well. I'm trying to find out, is there anybody who wants to raise the notice of a motion?
Let us restart. Go back to those people who presented motions without notice.
We'll now move on to motions without notice.
Chairperson.
The first person who raised the motion was Honorable Shai.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Honorable Shai, can you please raise the motion again?
Chairperson, my hand is up, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Chairperson, my hand is up.
a notice of motion.
Chairperson, on behalf of the African
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Chairperson, I want to raise a notice of
commence
motion
the
without
unveiling of
Chairperson, my hand is up.
as mobile offices in
Chairperson, my hand is
Mokopane
up.
by President Ramaphosa on
Chairperson,
Tuesday, the
you are
7th of
we are obligated in terms of the rules
Notes
that
that
you
the
should recognize
unveiling
this.
of
Chairperson, I want to raise a notice of
You
motion
can't
without
continue like this, Chairperson. It's
hybrid
wrong.
access mobile
Raise your hand.
serving
Raise your
areas
hand,
where the department's footprint is
Am I
limited.
on the right platform? Raise your
Also
hand.
notes that new trucks
My hand has
purpose-built
been up.
offices
Somebody has
offer all
taken down my
office
hand.
services is a convenient way, including shaded waiting areas
Chairperson,
and full parking
you cannot
spaces.
continue like this.
Understands that
Please
apart from
recognize
the
my hand.
412 Home Affairs
You cannot
offices
continue
in
like this. It's
different
wrong.
parts of the country, the department is expanding the reach of its services through partnerships with banks and shopping malls, and also with the current expansion offices like the trucks launched in Mokopane. Believes that the mobile trucks will enable Home Affairs services to reach people in rural areas, as well as ensure that services are available during load shedding and times of poor network connection. Also believes that the mobile offices will assist a great deal in reducing the influx of people at the department's offices, and applauds Home Affairs initiative for mobile offices, which is going to improve the provision of Home Affairs services across South Africa, and welcomes the announcement that mobile offices will be spread to all other provinces as well. I so move, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
I object. This should have long happened. I object.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Let's move on then to Malika. Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika.
Yes, Chairperson, I hereby move notice without motion on behalf of the African National Congress that the Chairperson, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. That the House welcomes the recent opening of 5 new state-of-the-art police stations in KwaZulu-Natal. Note that the stations, which include Gamalake, Donnybrook, Melmoth, Watabazi, and Emanguzi, were officially opened by the National Minister of Police, Honorable Peggy Cele. Further note that the significance of the opening of these police stations is aimed at improving the community's access to policing services, and believe that the more police stations are built, the more credence there is for the increased footprint for the South African police, especially in rural areas, which are often far-flung from government services. Further believes that the police stations would effectively improve police response time to enable the SAPS to deliver professional and effective service in response to the needs of communities, and commends the Department of Police for expanding police services to areas in need, and those calls on communities to continue to work with police to right the area of crime. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. Any objection to the motion?
We object. That should have long happened. We object.
Thank you very much. There being an objection, the motion will not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Mushodi.
I can have objections, Lepanan.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to rise without notice on behalf of African National Congress in the Western Cape that this August House note with your concern the media report about the collapse of the construction site in the town of George in the Western Cape province, where more than 39 workers are reported to be trapped in the rubble and 7 reported dead at the time of writing this motion, Honorable Chairperson. We therefore call on this August House to send heartfelt condolences to the family of deceased. Further believe that this incident raises a serious concern about the occupational safety and compliance with the building safety standard. We further call upon this August House to call for a multi-agency investigation led by the Department of Labor into the cause of collapse and ensure that those who are found to be capable to meet the full might of the law, and further call for public restraint against the blaming of any individual or entity until the investigation are completed. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
I wish the day to could rise.
Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Dango.
Chairperson.
Honorable Dango.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
My hand was
Honorable Chairperson, I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with concern the continued and intensified bombardment of social and economic infrastructure by the Israeli Defense Force in Gaza, which undermines the transportation of international humanitarian aid and support to the people. This intensified bombardment persists despite the public support by the Palestinians for a ceasefire and the beginning of a peaceful dialogue for a lasting solution to the conflict. Therefore calls on this House to condemn these bombardments and call upon the United Nations Security Council to take drastic action that will force the warring parties to the negotiating table in search of a lasting, peaceful, and just solution to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. I am so moved. Thank you, Chairperson.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to Honorable Bibi. Honorable Bibi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes as a step in the right direction the launch of a program aimed at equipping residents with the knowledge and resources necessary to cultivate healthy and nutritious crops in their neighborhoods by the KwaZulu-Natal Premier Nomsa Dube-Ncube. And also notes that the Township Agriculture Program is aimed at maximizing food production in small spaces to promote a healthy ecosystem and increase biodiversity in urban areas. Further notes that the program is also aimed at combating hunger and fostering economic growth within township settings. Understands that it seeks to harness the untapped potential of urban spaces, promoting sustainable agricultural practices to maximize food production. And further understands that it provides opportunity for women, youth, individuals with disabilities and child-headed households to actively participate in agricultural activities, hereby promoting inclusively in the township communities. Also understands that the KwaZulu-Natal government has allocated 6 million in funding to facilitate the implementation of this project, and it commends the KwaZulu-Natal government dedication to support grassroots initiatives aimed at addressing food insecurity and uplifting townships communities. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bibi. Any objection to the motion? Thank you very much.
I
There being no
object.
objection, the
I
motion is
object.
therefore
I have
agreed
objected.
to.
Yeah,
in terms
there's
of
no
session part of
agreement
the
here. There can never be an agreement when I'm being muted again. I've been trying to unmute myself. I have objected to that motion. And this is the very same motion that caused problems. I've objected.
No, thank you very much. There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much. Honorable Mahai, you are next.
Chairperson.
Tamai, what point are you raising?
Chairperson.
On what point are you raising?
I was lifted my hand and I wanted to raise a notice of motion, but I don't go in. I don't know what's wrong. Can I allow to
Your
raise my
hand is
We're
not
past
down.
that already.
Raise your hand properly.
The motion has been objected to and it has fallen aside and will therefore be become a notice of a motion. Honorable Muhar.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council. I move that the House notes. Chairperson, this cannot be allowed, really. I think there's a purely undermining of the chair's seat here.
I raise my hand.
I've already responded to you. I've said that the motion that you're speaking about has already been put aside and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Mahai, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council. I move that the Council notes that this year on 27 April, South Africa celebrated 30 years since the dawn of democracy in 1994. Acknowledges that in the last 30 years of democracy, South Africa is vastly different from what it was under the ruthless, racist minority regime under apartheid. Further acknowledges that today the material conditions of millions of ordinary people have changed for the better, with many of our people carry a great sense of hope for a prosperous South Africa that is built on firm foundation for an inclusive polity founded on values of human dignity, human rights, freedom, non-racialism, non-sexism, the rule of law, respect for national sovereignty and media freedom. And takes this opportunity to further acknowledge that even though there is still much that remains to be done, to truly realize the fundamental transformation that we envisaged at the onset of democracy in 1994, that the ANC remains the only formidable political alternative for driving the agenda for a better South Africa, and that we salute the undying spirit of the founding father of our democracy, President Nelson Mandela, and many of his generation for staying firm to building the nation and reconciling it from deep ashes of racism in our country. I so move.
Thank you very much. Object. Any objection to the motion?
Objection.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the announcement of the launch of Dube Trade Zone 2, which was announced at a ribbon-cutting ceremony attended by members of the national and provincial government, as well as regional business leaders. Notes that due to the success of the industrial zone's first phase at the site adjacent to the King Shaka International Airport, north of Durban, The second phase, Dube Trade Zone 2 project expansion, was launched. Also note that the Dube Trade Zone 2 has already attracted 1.8 billion rand in investment and is expected to create 600 jobs within 5 years. Recall that the first phase of the project has done well and has already attracted 4.6 billion rands in investment, creating over 5,000 permanent jobs in the process. Further recall that Trade Zone 1 is currently occupied by 50 investors, including international companies such as Mahindra, Samsung, DHL, and PepsiCo Future Life. Believe that the special economic zone assists a great deal in developing export-oriented industries, attract foreign direct investment and technology transfer, and achieve the generation of employment opportunities. And applause the successes and expansion of this special economic zone project, and believe that it will go a long way in boosting economic growth and job creation in KwaZulu-Natal. I so move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. Any objection to the motion?
Object.
There being an objection, the motion will not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi. Okay. We'll pass Honorable Nkosi. And we'll move to Honorable Muima. Honorable Muima. We'll pass Honorable Muima and move on to Honorable Ntube.
They are boycotting you, Chair.
Honorable Ntube. We'll pass Honorable Ntube.
I'm here, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, please proceed, Honorable Ntube.
Yes, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the ANC that the House commends the South African law enforcement agencies for acting against blue light gang suspects who were allegedly terrorizing motorists on the entry freeway on Sunday, 28 April 2024. Notes the gang was alleged to have committed robberies using the police blue lights on the entry between Villas and Heidelberg using white Toyota Hilux. Understand that the information that the police have received about the gang, they have mobilized themselves and traced the suspects to the entry highway Godfrey in Mpumalanga. Further understand that the police spotted the vehicle with the blue lights and the high speed chase towards Zonzikwe.
Please proceed, Honorable Ntube.
He has left the platform, Chairperson.
Okay. Let's leave Honorable Ntube out for now.
He was told to
Honorable
boycott
Dodov,
you.
next.
He was called to boycott you.
Honorable Dodov. Honorable Dodov is not there. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't have a motion. Mine was just a complaint about the process being followed. Thank you.
No, thank
Please
you very
save us
much.
for the complaint again.
Honorable Lapus Kalkne, we're next.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a motion. That was a previous hand.
No, I can't hear you, Honorable Lapus Kalkne. You're not audible.
Chair, I said I don't have a motion. That was a previous hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Boshoff.
Mine was also a hand to complain about the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Barker.
Part of the complainants.
Honorable Barker.
I'm a household guys, please.
Okay. Honorable Nana.
You must be mindful of your language, Weta Makwala.
But what is Mohai's problem? Why are you not calling Mohai to order when
What is Mukause's problem?
Mukause's
What is Mukause's problem?
What language, Mohai, now?
Mohai is now the court
Please,
chairman.
please behave. You are old, but please behave.
Mukause's problem? Talk to Mohai. Mohai is old. Talk to Mohai. Tell Mohai that he's old.
What about you?
Honorable Nana.
Thank you, thank you, Chairperson. I do not know what's wrong with the chief whip today. Probably he can't take defeat graciously. You'll have to swallow the pill, chief we have lost today.
He didn't drink his medication today.
I did not have a motion, Chairperson. Thank you.
That's
It's
a
Mohai's
good one.
proposal that we are repeating it now.
No, thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Badenhorst.
What?
He didn't drink his medication.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. That was an objectionable hand to the process. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Honorable Mukause.
I was objecting to the nonsensical treatment of
Objection.
Who's co-chairing and making you a chairperson that can't chair, making you a child. He has done that for 5 years, and today you are allowed. That's how weak you are.
He doesn't have a motion. Mute her.
There's not a motion. There's not a
Come on, Linda, man.
The next.
No, that is their
Next is
motion.
Honorable Lucas.
Speak, please.
Chairperson, at the moment when I raised my hand, I wanted to call for order and to request that we ask the table what went wrong at that stage. So I didn't have a motion. But if you
very
allow
well what went wrong. You know very well.
Because at that stage all of us were muted and we couldn't understand what is happening.
The next person is Honorable Bear Smith. Honorable Bear Smith. Honorable Bears.
I know Bears no dear, not that one.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson. My hand was up because of that clinch that was caused by the office of the Chief Whip, Honorable Mohai. I don't have any motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that was the list. I see Honorable Ngosi's hand still up there. Honorable Ngosi.
Her time has passed. You said so yourself. So we can't go back to Ngos. Her time has passed.
You must wait your turn to become a chairperson.
Who muted you? Who muted you? Your time is up. Let's move on.
We are tired of you being bullied. You ask.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
We cannot allow Mkause to bully us
Let's
in this
move
meeting.
on. No one is bullying. You've been sleeping. You are even sleeping on a
Really?
sofa. You are even on a sofa. The way you are
tired of
so
Mkause. We are tired of Mkause.
What's your problem?
You are even on a sofa.
Mkause is disrespecting
That's not your problem. It's not your problem.
And you cannot
You've
allow
been
them.
sleeping. You've been sleeping. You've been called many
Are you
times.
there? Are you there?
We even made a countdown on you. You've been sleeping on that sofa.
Chairperson, if I
Are
may,
you in Mpumalanga, Makause?
if
Are you
I
in
may
Mpumalanga?
intervene.
Honorable Dango.
Yeah, Chairperson, if I may intervene. Chairperson, the decorum of this House is all of our responsibility.
You are not recognized, honorable member. The chairperson didn't recognize you.
Hey, the
Honorable
chairperson
Tango.
recognized him.
Don't
The
intervene.
chairperson has
Don't
recognized him.
intervene.
If I can repeat myself, Honorable Chair. Chair, the decorum of this House is
You are
all of
not
our
recognized, honorable Tango. You are not
And my
recognized.
appeal to all members is let us behave in a fashion that when the public sees us,
If the chairperson
yes,
is not going to chair, we are going to take over from him and chair.
Dango, let's not forget
You
you
are not
caused this mess.
recognized, Dango. You are not recognized. If the chair cannot chair, we will take over and chair. So let us all
Can
of
we
us
just move on, for God's sake?
all I want to do is appeal for the decorum of this House. It is all of our responsibility.
You should have
Let us
appealed
all
first
behave
from the
in that way.
ANC members.
Thank you.
All from the
Thank you very
ANC
much.
members.
Honorable members, we're now done with the motions.
Point of order,
We
Chair.
now move on
Can
to
I
a
call a point of
motion
order?
on the order paper.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Point of order, Chair.
I've raised my hand for a point of order.
Yes,
of order, Chair.
Yes, point of order, Chair.
Honorable Chair, may I please be recognized? Honorable Chair, may I please be recognized in a point of order?
I'm not sure now where we are.
I'm
on what
raising a
point
point
I'm
of order,
raising,
Chair.
Honorable Dwight?
Honorable Chair, thank you. Honorable Chair, the other members were granted an opportunity to bring their motions again. I was not given that opportunity, and this is something that's quite important to note. May I please have the opportunity
No, let's
to
go
bring
to your motion.
my motion?
Honorable Dwight, let's hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that the House notes with great sadness the passing of Flip de Wet, a respected community leader, a dear friend, a father and a grandfather, and notes that this giant will be missed by friends, family, and colleagues. Notes that his legacy with a caring heart and fair judgment and respect and empathy will live on in his absence, and we convey our heartfelt condolences to the Wet family. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable members. We'll now move to the motion on the order paper. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council.
No, but no,
once
on a point
again,
of order, Chair, order.
What's the point of order, Mkaus?
We have been doing motions without notice. Procedurally, we go to notices of motion. Why are you so in a hurry to call the rabble-rouser here?
Chairperson,
Madam Council, you are
This-
on the meeting.
This-
You are
out of
out of
order.
order. You are not going to
She's
win.
even changing
Yeah.
the procedure.
You are not
busy.
Chairperson, Mkausa, it's in a mission to collapse this meeting and it's not going to win. We cannot be bullied by
what
people
mission? What mission
in this
are you talking
meeting.
about?
This meeting.
Honorable Mukawuse is in charge. Yeah.
In charge of what?
In charge of what?
Members,
She's not in proceed because their point has been passed.
I now make the ruling, and please,
Honorable Chair, my hand was up.
Let us work together to ensure that we do not compromise the standing of this House, and therefore we'll move on to the motion on the paper by Honorable Muhai. Honorable Muhai.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council. I move that the Council resolves that Rule 218, subsection 1, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for the purposes of consideration of the following bills. A, Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill. B, Public Procurement Bill. C, National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill, and D, South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport Amendment Bill. I so move, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Chief Whip. We'll now proceed to voting on the motion, and I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make that declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and will call upon heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape in favor, Chair.
Eastern Cape in favor. Free State?
Free State is in favor, Chairperson of the Council.
Free State in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal ayaseka
KwaZulu-Natal.
sibaba, ngiyabonga.
Supports,
Thank you
Chairperson.
very much. Limpopo?
Limpopo in favor, Honorable
support,
Chair.
Chair.
Limpopo agrees.
Country, how many
Mpumalanga?
people are voting in this province?
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga is in support, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape in favor. Northwest?
Northwest in favor, Honorable Chair.
Northwest in favor. Thank you very much. Western Cape?
Do not support.
I can't hear you. We're not audible, Honorable Absalom. If you can just repeat again.
Do not support.
Said we are against it, Chair. We do not support.
Western Cape do not support. Thank you very much. Voting closed. 8 of 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We now move on to notice of proposed Constitution 21st Amendment Bill and its particulars. I would like to inform honorable members, all of us here in this sitting today, that I've received the notice of a proposed Constitution 21st Amendment Bill and its particulars for public debate, submitted by Advocate Dennis Breitenbach, a member of Parliament. I therefore, in accordance with Council Rule 1022, table the particulars, and these will be published, and then be dealt with in terms of a possible debate at a later date. Are there any comments by members on this particular point or item? If no comment, I take it that this is noted.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Skogner?
Chairperson, yes, I received a letter from your office on this motion, but it's not on the order paper for today. Can we just enlighten or just give clarity on this, please? Thank you. Because, Chairperson, you said so now on a later date, but this Parliament comes to an end on the 16th of July. So you placed it now before the Council, but when are we going to debate it then? Will there be a time for us to debate it, or should this be also carried over to the 7th Parliament?
No, thank you very much. I'm sure that viewpoint is noted. That this should be possibly considered in the 7th Parliament. Any other comment on the matter?
But they said it's not on the order paper, Chair. Why do you deal with something that is not on the order paper?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's then move on, honorable members, to the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh orders. We'll now proceed to the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh orders. Starting with the consideration of report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, provisional suspension from office of Mr. R. Govender, Magistrate Linyenye Limpopo, tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act 1993, Act 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on the 26th of February 2024, dated the 24th of April 2024. Secondly, or two, consideration of a report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, announcement tablings and committee reports, 24 April 2024, page 6, provisional suspension from office of Mr. A.A.K. Singh, Senior Magistrate, Peter Marisburg, KwaZulu-Natal, tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on the 18th of April 2024, dated April 2024. Thirdly, consideration of a report on Select Committee on Security and Justice, announcement tablings and committee reports, 24 April 2024, page 8, confirmation of suspension and or removal from office of Mr. M.D. Inga, Chief Magistrate, Bloemfontein, on the ground of misconduct tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on the 26th of April 2024, dated 24 April 2024. Fourthly, consideration of report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, announcement tablings and committee reports, 24 April 2024, page 11, confirmation of removal from office of Mr. K. Maharaj, an additional magistrate at Caledon, due to his continued ill health, in terms of Section 13(4)(a)(2) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 9 of 1993, and referred to the committee on the 8th of February 2024, dated 24 April 2024. Fifthly, consideration of report and Select Committee on Security and Justice, announcement tablings and committee reports, 24 April 2024, page 14, confirmation of suspension and or removal from office of Mr. H.C. Rath, additional magistrate at Oberholzer, on the grounds of misconduct in terms of Section 13(4)(a) I of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 9 of 1993, and referred to the committee on 8 February 2024, dated 24th April 2024. And sixthly, consideration of a report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, announcement tables and committee reports 24 April 2024, page 16, confirmation of suspension and or removal from office of Miss NBJ, Magistrate of Fort Smith, due to continued ill health in terms of 13(4)(a)(2) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 9 of 1993, and referred to the Committee on 16 April 2024, dated 24 April 2024. And lastly, and seventhly, consideration of a report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, announcement tablings and committee reports, 24 April 2024, page 20, upliftment of the provisional suspension on certain conditions from Office of Magistrate K. Bodlani, and Acting Regional Magistrate at Emlazi, KwaZulu-Natal, in terms of Section 13(1)(g)(1) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act 90 of 1993, and referred to the Committee on the 1st of February 2024, dated April 2024. I now call on Honorable S. Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee reports.
Thank you.
Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and greetings to all honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice considered various reports tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services in terms of Section 13, Subclause 4B of the Magistrates Act 90 of 1993 that relate to provisional suspension or removals and upliftment of a suspension of magistrates. Honorable Chair, with regard to the provisional suspension from office of Ms. R. Govender, the Select Committee on Security and Justice reports as follows. Ms. Govender was permanently appointed as a District Court Magistrate at the Lineania Magistrates Court, Limpopo, on the 1st of February 2018. The misconduct charges against her stem from criminal proceedings in the High Court of South Africa, Limpopo Province, Polokwane, in which the presiding officer, Judy Khanyago, ruled that a copy of the judgment be forwarded to the Magistrates Commission for its attention. According to the judgment, Ms. Govender was dishonest, her behavior inappropriate, and brought the name of the magistracy into disrepute. The Commission resolved to charge Ms. Govender with misconduct, and on the 30th of August 2028, served her with a charge sheet and a provisional letter of suspension dated the 24th of August 2023. She was charged with contravening, amongst others, the Magistrates Act 1993, the regulations for judicial officers of the lower court, and the Code of Judicial Conduct for Magistrates, on the basis that she changed an accused plea of guilty to not guilty and acquitted an accused without a trial taking place, willfully and unlawfully provided false and or incorrect statements to the reviewing judges, when in truth and in fact Magistrate Govender knew or ought to have known that she acquitted the accused without a trial taking place to the prejudice of the administration of justice. The Commission invited Ms. Govender to make representations as to why it should not recommend her provisional suspension from office, but she elected to remain silent. In the circumstances, the Commission recommended that Ms. Govender be provisionally suspended. The allegations against her are of such a serious nature as to make it inappropriate for her to further perform the functions of a magistrate. On the 20th of December 2023, on the advice of the Commission, the Minister decided to provisionally suspend Ms. R. Govender from office with immediate effect, pending the outcome of the misconduct hearing of her fitness to hold office, and tabled his report for consideration by Parliament. Honorable Chair, having considered the report of the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services dated the 20th of December 2023 and tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act 1993 on the provisional suspension of Ms. R. Govender, Magistrate at Lineania, Limpopo, from office on the grounds of misconduct pending the outcome of a misconduct hearing into her fitness to hold the office of Magistrate, the Select Committee on Security and Justice recommends that the National Council of Provinces confirm Ms. R. Govender's provisional suspension from the office of magistrate. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in relation to the provisional suspension from office of Mr. A.A.K. Singh, the committee reports as follows. Mr. Singh is a senior magistrate at Pietermaritzburg, KwaZulu-Natal. The Magistrates Commission received several complaints against Mr. Singh. A charge sheet and notice of the recommendation for provisional suspension dated the 27th of September 2023 was served on him, and the charges concern the following. In July 2023, he sent inappropriate, concerning and threatening WhatsApp messages to journalists following the publication of an article. Under oath, he stated that he had attended a meeting with members of the SAP's Crime Intelligence Unit on the 30th December 2016, which he did not attend the meeting. He had or has a close relationship with officials attached to the SAP's Crime Intelligence Unit, to the extent that during the period 2016 and 2017, he actively involved himself in the Crime Intelligence Unit's investigations and undercover operations by identifying and recruiting suspects appearing in the Pietermaritzburg Magistrate Court as informants or contacts, assisted with arrangements for the Crime Intelligence Unit to covertly install recording equipment at an office he identified for recording purposes, assisted the Crime Intelligence Unit with an investigation of a project into the Fees Must Fall incidents, and divulged information regarding the strength of a case against arrested persons to an unidentified informant or contact. On the 9th of October 2023, Mrs. Singh forwarded representations on why the Commission should not recommend to the Minister that he be provisionally suspended. On the 13th of October 2023, having regard to the seriousness of the allegations against Mr. Singh, the evidence at hand in Mr. Singh's representation, the Commission recommended that he be provisionally suspended. On the 18th of December 2023, on the advice of the Commission, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services provisionally suspended Mr. Singh from office with immediate effect, pending the outcome of the misconduct hearing into his fitness to hold office, and tabled his report for consideration by Parliament. Honourable Chair, having considered the report of the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services dated the 20th of December 2023, tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act 1993, on the provisional suspension of Mr. A.A.K. Singh, Senior Magistrate at Pietermaritzburg, KwaZulu-Natal, from office on the grounds of misconduct, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces confirm Mr. A.A.K. Singh's provisional suspension from office of magistrate, pending the outcome of a misconduct hearing into his fitness to hold the office of magistrate. Honourable Chair and honourable members, on the confirmation of suspension or removal from office of Mr. M.D. Hinga, Chief Magistrate at Bloemfontein, on the ground of misconduct, the Select Committee on Security and Justice reports as follows. Following allegations of sexual assault, the Magistrates Commission initiated a preliminary investigation and charges of misconduct were brought against Mr. Hinga. After unsuccessfully trying to report the matter on several occasions at different police stations, the complainant, as a last resort, lodged a complaint with the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services on the 29th of June 2016, alleging that Mr. Hinga had raped her. The complaint was submitted to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the 2nd of November 2016, and thereafter referred to the Magistrates Commission for attention. Based on the evidence gathered in the preliminary investigation, Mr. Hinga was charged with 2 counts of misconduct. On the advice of the Commission, the Minister provisionally suspended Mr. Hinga with effect from the 29th of November 2017, and Parliament confirmed the suspension. On 23rd of January 2018, Mr. Hinga applied for an order to review to set aside the Minister's provisional suspension, the Commission's decision to institute a disciplinary or misconduct inquiry against him, and declaring the disciplinary inquiry on the misconduct charges against him invalid and unlawful. The application was opposed, but he did not proceed further with the application. In the absence of a court order preventing the Commission from proceeding, the misconduct inquiry began on the 30th of October 2018. The Commission closed its case on the 26th of November 2020. Mr. Hinga chose not to testify or call any witnesses in his defense and closed his case. The matter was postponed to the 14th and 29th of January 2021, 7th of June 2021, and then to the 8th of July 2021, when Mr. Hinga was found guilty of both charges. The matter was postponed several times due to Mr. Hinga being unwell. However, the presiding officer permitted the Commission to place its aggravating factors on record. He submitted mitigating factors in writing on the 4th of November 2021, but did not attend the hearing scheduled for the 29th and 30th of November 2021, at which the presiding officer recommended that he be removed from office. On the 24th of December 2021, he submitted representations on the sanction imposed to the presiding officer and the Commission. On the 27th of January 2022, the presiding officer indicated that she had nothing to add to her reasons for sanction. On the 13th of October 2023, having considered all the relevant documentation, the Commission resolved to recommend that Mr. Hinga be removed from office on the grounds of misconduct. Mr. Hinga also instituted legal proceedings in the Free State Division of the High Court to interdict the Commission, the Minister, and the Speaker of the National Assembly from implementing the decision of the presiding officer in the misconduct proceedings. However, on the 20th of December 2023, the matter was struck from the roll due to its lack of urgency, and review and set aside the decision of the Commission and the presiding officer. However, no relief is sought against the Minister, the third respondent, and the Speaker, the fourth respondent. On the advice of the Commission, the Minister confirmed Mr. Hinga's suspension from office and tabled his report dated the 2nd of February 2024 in terms of Section 13, sub 4B of the Magistrates Act 1993. The Select Committee noted the inordinate delay in finalizing this matter and similar disciplinary matters against magistrates, and has included this as an issue in its legacy report for the next Parliament to consider monitoring closely. Honourable Chairperson, having considered the Minister's report dated the 2nd of February 2024, requesting that the National Council of Provinces confirm the suspension or removal from office of Mr. M.D. Hinga, Chief Magistrate Bloemfontein, on the grounds of misconduct, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces resolve not to restore Mr. H.G. Hinga to the office of magistrate. Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, with regard to the confirmation of suspension or removal from office of Mr. H.C. Roth, Additional Magistrate Oberholzer, the committee reports as follows. The Magistrates Commission received several complaints on different occasions relating to Mr. Roth's conduct. There were complaints from individuals that Mr. Roth had approached them to invest money in a property development in the Ivory Coast. The complainants were then introduced to Mr. Roth's brother-in-law as a potential investor. At the time, Mr. Roth was the acting head as the head of court at Oberholzer. The complainants were aware that Mr. Roth is a magistrate, and trusting him, invested large amounts of money in the scheme. Subsequently, it was found that there is no such development. Also, Mr. Roth signed a memorandum of understanding in a company as creditor with he and his brother-in-law as debtors. Certain properties were given as surety. However, Mr. Roth knew that the properties did not belong to him or his brother-in-law when he signed the document. Further, Mr. Morake, a prosecutor at Oberholzer, filed complaints against Mr. Roth, alleging that he had on at least 2 occasions referred to him using offensive and derogatory language. The Commission viewed the complaints against Mr. Roth in a very serious light and resolved to conduct a preliminary investigation in terms of Regulations 26(1) of the Regulations for Judicial Officers in the Lower Court, 1993. The Commission charged him with 6 counts of misconduct, and the charge sheet was served on him on the 23rd of July 2018. The misconduct inquiry commenced on the 17th of March 2021 and concluded on the 29th of November 2021. Mr. Roth was found guilty of all 6 charges of misconduct, and the presiding officer recommended that he be removed from office. The Commission supported the recommendation of removal on the ground of misconduct. However, regarding the matter of sanction, a minority of members believed that Mr. Roth should not be removed from office and recommended that the Commission impose a lesser sanction. These members were invited to submit reasons but did not respond. On the 14th of September 2023, the Commission informed the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services of its decision to recommend the suspension of Mr. Roth, pending a resolution from Parliament, and his removal from office on the grounds of misconduct. On the 23rd of November 2023, the Minister suspended Mr. Roth from office with immediate effect, pending Parliament's decision whether or not to restore him to office and tabled his report in Parliament in terms of Section 13, subsection 4B of the Magistrates Act 1993. Honourable Chairperson, having considered the Minister's report dated the 23rd of November 2023 concerning the suspension or removal from office of Mr. A.C. Roth, Additional Magistrate Oberholzer, on the ground of misconduct, the committee recommends that the National Council of Province resolve not to restore Mr. A.C. Roth to office of magistrate. Honourable Chair and honourable members, on the confirmation of removal from office of Mr. K. Maharaj, an additional magistrate at Caledon, due to his continued ill health in terms of Section 13, sub 4A2 of the Magistrates Act 1993, the committee reports as follows. Mr. Maharaj was appointed as an aspirant magistrate from the 1st of February 2018, and on the 24th of February 2020 was appointed as additional magistrate at Caledon. On the 2nd of March 2020, he experienced ill health while presiding in court. This had resulted in him being booked off sick from the 2nd of March 2020 to date. The acting Chief Magistrate Weinberg immediately reported the matter to the Magistrates Commission. At its meeting of the 5th of May 2021, the Commission's Ethics Committee considered a neuropsychological assessment report from a neurologist and ordered that an investigation in terms of Regulation 29.1 of the Regulations for Judicial Officers in the Lower Courts 1994 be held regarding the removal of Mr. Maharaj from office on account of continued ill health. The Commission accordingly informed Mr. Maharaj in writing of its intended investigation in terms of Regulation 29.2 of the Regulations on the 24th of November 2021. He, however, refused to accept personal delivery of this notice. He advised that the date of his appointment as magistrate in the letter was incorrect. A revised letter dated the 4th of May 2023 was served on him on the 8th of May 2023. In terms of Regulation 29.3 of the Regulations, and Mr. Maharaj was requested to submit a medical report to the Commission from a registered medical practitioner of his choice on or before the 20th of May 2023. In addition, he was afforded the opportunity to comment on the matter and to state a case in response with specific reference to whether his illness is not as serious as to justify his removal from office or to suggest alternatives. Mr. Maharaj complied with the request and submitted an updated report dated the 13th of May 2023. Based on the contents of the medical report submitted to the Commission, the Executive Committee of the Commission formed the opinion that Mr. Maharaj does not have the capacity to carry out his duties of office in an efficient manner due to his continued ill health. On the 14th of September 2020, the Commission furnished Mr. Maharaj with a written explanation of its opinion that he does not have the capacity to carry out his duties of office in an efficient manner, and in terms of Regulation 29.6A2 of the regulations, forwarded to him the medical reports and any other relevant documents which may not have been in his possession. In terms of Regulations 29.6B of the regulations, Mr. Maharaj was afforded the opportunity to submit to the Chairperson of the Commission his written comments regarding this opinion. In his email dated the 20th of September 2023, Mr. Maharaj, in response, agreed that he is unable to continue to function as a judicial officer. At its meeting on the 1st of November 2023, the Commission considered the medical reports together with Mr. Maharaj's comments dated the 20th of September and held the view that Mr. Maharaj should be removed from office due to continued ill health. Honourable Chairperson, having considered the Minister's report dated the 1st of December 2023, requesting that the National Council of Provinces confirm the removal from office of Mr. K. Maharaj, an additional magistrate at Caledon, due to his continued ill health in terms of Section 13, sub 4A2 of the Magistrates Act 1993, the committee recommends that the National Council of Province resolve not to restore Mr. K. Maharaj to the office of magistrate. Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, with regard to the confirmation of suspension or removal from office of Ms. NBDA, Magistrate Forrest Smith, due to her continued ill health in terms of Section 13, sub 4A2 of the Magistrates Act 1993, the committee reports as follows. On the 11th of November 2022, the acting Chief Magistrate Bloemfontein reported to the Magistrates Commission that Mr. Yeye on the 6th of February 2022 was involved in a motor vehicle collision wherein she sustained very serious injuries including a fractured arm and diffuse trauma brain injury. A senior magistrate at Bloemfontein was in frequent contact with Ms. DA, morally supported her and assisted her in obtaining medical reports to inter alia cover her absence from the office. The Commission was provided with the following progress reports relating to her ill health, which were already in Ms. DA's possession: rehabilitation occupation therapy report, functional capacity evaluation report, the medical certificate from a psychiatrist, and a report from a speech, language, and feeding specialist, as well as a second functional capacity evaluation report. Having considered the fact that Ms. DA was no longer fulfilling her obligations as judicial officer through her continued absenteeism from the office, the resultant financial burden and the negative impact on court and case flow management and the administration of justice in general, the Executive Committee of the Commission, in terms of Regulation 29(1) of the Regulations for Judicial Officers in Lower Courts, ordered that an investigation be conducted regarding a possible removal from office on account of continued ill health. Ms. DA was in compliance with Regulation 29(2) of Regulations, notified about this intended investigation in writing. In compliance with Regulation 29(3) of the Regulations, she was requested to submit any additional medical reports from a registered medical practitioner of her choice to the Commission, and further afford the opportunity in terms of the rules of administrative justice to comment on the matter and to state a case in response with specific reference to whether her illness is not as serious as to justify her removal from office or to suggest alternatives thereto. Ms. DA did not respond. The Commission on the 30th of November 2023, in compliance with Regulation 29(6)(a)(1) of the Regulations, provided her with a written exposition of its opinion that she does not have the capacity to carry out her duties of office in an efficient manner. She was afforded an opportunity to forward her written comments on the Commission's opinion to the chairperson of the Commission. She did not respond. According to the latest medical reports dated 18th of September 2023, the occupational therapist having assessed Ms. DA on the 5th of September concluded that, based on the assessment findings, Ms. DA does not meet the requirements of her current occupation. Furthermore, in his report dated the 9th of October, a neurosurgeon indicates that after a clinical examination, he fully agrees with the occupational therapist's report and their recommendations. At its meeting held on the 2nd of February 2024, EXCO, in compliance with Regulations 29(7)(a) of the Regulations, considers the medical reports and formed the opinion that Ms. DA should be removed from office due to continued ill health, as contemplated in Section 13, Sub 4A2 of the Act, read with Regulation 29(7)(b) of the Regulations. EXCO, based on the findings contained in the medical reports, is of the opinion that it is clear that Ms. DA does not have the capacity to carry out her duties of office in an efficient manner due to her continued ill health, and is therefore no longer fit and proper to hold the office of magistrate any longer. The Executive Committee of the Magistrates Commission therefore recommended that Ms. NBDA, the magistrate at Portsmouth, be removed from office due to her continued ill health. Honourable Chair, having considered the Minister's report dated the 15th of March 2024, requesting that the National Council of Province confirm the removal from office of Ms. NBDA due to her continued ill health in terms of Section 13, Sub 4A2 of the Magistrates Act, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces resolve not to restore Ms. NBDA to the office of magistrates. Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, I deal with the last order on the upliftment of the provisional suspension from office on certain conditions of Magistrate K. Botlani, an acting regional magistrate at Umlazi, KwaZulu-Natal, in terms of Section 13, Subclause 1G1 of the Magistrates Act 1993. The committee reports as follows. Ms. K. Botlani was appointed to the office of magistrate on the 1st of October 1996. Since beginning her probation as an acting regional magistrate on the 4th of November 2013, she mostly presided in the Sexual Offences Court, Umlazi, in KwaZulu-Natal. The Minister, on the advice of the Magistrates Commission, provisionally suspended Ms. Botlani on the 21st of July 2020, pending the outcome of an investigation into her fitness to hold office as acting regional magistrate in terms of Section 13, Subclause 3B of the Act. Parliament confirmed Ms. Botlani's provisional suspension. The National Council of Provinces passed a resolution in this regard on the 17th of September 2020, and the National Assembly passed a resolution on the 19th of March 2021. On the 29th of March 2023, the acting regional court president, KwaZulu-Natal, wrote to the commission requesting that Ms. Butlani's provisional suspension be lifted for her to attend to the reconstruction of a court record relating to a case over which she presided. The commission recommended that Ms. Butlani's suspension from office be lifted in terms of Section 13, Sub 1G1 of the Magistrates Act 1993 to comply with the High Court order and pending the conclusion of the inquiry into her fitness to hold office on the following conditions. Ms. Butlani only deals with the reconstruction of the record of the Mlazi Regional Court case, the State versus Clement Mbuso Ndlovu, case number RC 249/13, to comply with the order of the High Court. She be instructed to attend thereto as a matter of urgency. She must not conduct herself in a manner that compromises the integrity of the judiciary and brings the administration of justice into disrepute. She is not assigned any other cases to deal with, and the regional court president KZN provide regular reports to the commission on whether Ms. Butlani is abiding by the conditions of the liftment of suspension and the progress of the reconstruction of the court record is required by the High Court. The commission indicated that it had been advised that Ms. Butlani has no outstanding part-heard matters. In his letter dated 29th of November 2023, the minister advised that he had received the commission's recommendation that Ms. Butlani's suspension be lifted on certain conditions and that Parliament be approached to consider uplifting the suspension, which he supported. Honorable Chairperson, having considered the minister's request that Parliament uplift the provisional suspension on certain conditions from the Office of Magistrate K. Butlani and Acting Regional Magistrate at Umlazi, KwaZulu-Natal, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces approves the upliftment of the suspension with the conditions as outlined above, and further that the liftment is for 2 weeks after the adoption of the report by the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Honorable Chairperson, the reports of the Select Committee on Security and Justice are tabled for consideration. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. I now put the question on the first order paper. The question is that the report be adopted. But before I proceed to voting on the first order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of votes in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Again, a reminder, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We shall therefore proceed to the voting on the first order. And I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon heads to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I cast report, Chair.
Eastern Cape support the report. Free State.
Free State is in support, Chairperson.
Free State in support. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng in support. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Support. Limpopo.
Limpopo support.
Limpopo supports. Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga supports the report, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga support. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
Bukoni bupirima ba ya mogala modula stulo.
Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Thank you very much. Voting being closed. 9 out of 9 provinces support the report. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We will then move to the declaration of votes in relation to second order. So I now call for declaration of votes on the second order. But before we proceed voting on this order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Anyone wishing to make a declaration? Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. We shall now proceed to voting on the second order, and I'll call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and I'll call upon to do so as of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I cast a report this time.
Eastern Cape supports Free State.
Free State is in support, Chair.
Free State supports Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chair.
Gauteng supports KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbono
KwaZulu-Natal supports the report, Chairperson. Thanks.
Limpopo.
Limpopo in support, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo in support. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga is in support, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga supports. Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
Bokoni Bupirima Baya Mokela Mudula Stulo.
Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting being closed. 9 out of 9 provinces support the report, voting in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the third order. I now call for the declaration of votes on this on the third order. I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote on the third order in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Again, reminder: 3 minutes maximum per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We shall now proceed to voting on the third order, and I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to do as delegations, must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We start with the Eastern Cape. Do so in alphabetical order, therefore start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, your Kasum Bigoslan.
Eastern Cape supports the report. Free State.
Free State is in support, Chairperson.
Free State is in support. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng in support. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko
KwaZulu-Natal supports the report, Chairperson. It's the interpreter. Interpreter.
Limpopo support, Honorable Chair.
Support Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga supports, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga support. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Northwest.
Bokoni Bupirima Baya Mokela Mudula Stulo.
Amukela. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting being closed. Now declaration of results. 9 out of 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now look at the declaration of votes on the fourth order. So I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote on the fourth order in terms of Rule 86. If they so wish, again, a reminder, maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. We shall now proceed to voting on the fourth order, and I shall call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, the delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape yawuxhasa umbiko sihlalo.
Eastern Cape supports. Free State.
Free State is in support, Chairperson.
Free State is in support. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko sihlalo.
Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga is in support, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga in support. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape support. Northwest.
Bokoni bophirima bo ema nokeng modulasetulo.
Northwest supports. Western Cape.
Support.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting being closed. 9 out of 9 provinces, when it comes to declaration of results, voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now move to the fifth order. I shall now allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote on the fifth order in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Again, maximum 3 minutes per declaration as a reminder. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No? We shall now proceed to voting on the fifth order. And I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations, as we have already indicated before, must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape yayixhasa umbiko sihlalo.
Yayixhasa. Free State?
Free State is in favor, Chair.
Free State in favor. Free State in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Chair.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko sihlalo.
Natal supports. Limpopo?
Natal supports.
Limpopo in support, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo in support. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga is in support, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga in support. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape in support, Chairperson.
Northern Cape in support. Northwest?
Sorry. Yeah, Dumela Northwest.
Supports. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Voting being closed. We now declare the results. 9 out of 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Now for the sixth order. I shall allow the opportunity for provinces to make the declaration of votes on the sixth order in terms of 86, if they so wish. Maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We shall now proceed to voting on the sixth order, and I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, the delegation should indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. So we'll do so in alphabetical order. They will start with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape ICASA.
Eastern
Social
Cape
report.
Support. Free State.
Free State in favor, Chairperson.
In favor. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko sihlalo.
Limpopo.
Limpopo in support, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo in support. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga is in support, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga in support. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape support. Northwest. Northwest in support. Western Cape.
Support.
Western Cape support. Voting being closed. Now for the declaration of the results. 9 out of 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Now for the seventh order. Again, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes on the seventh order in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We shall proceed to voting on the seventh order. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to do so, of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order. And we start with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape ICASA because child.
Eastern Cape supports Gauteng.
Free State, Chair. You missed us.
All right, let's start with the Free State.
Thanks, Chair. Free State is in support, Chairperson.
In support, Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson, although you come from my province.
Support KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko sihlalo.
Limpopo.
In support.
Limpopo in support, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo in support. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga agrees, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga agree. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Northern Cape support. Northwest.
Northwest yamukela mudula stulo.
Northwest support. Western Cape.
Support.
Western Cape supports. Voting now closed. And declaration of results. 9 out of 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We will now move on to item, next item, the 8th order. And at this point, I would now ask Honorable Nyambi to take over the sharing. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Nyambi is unfortunately not available, and so we will proceed. Good afternoon to the members. The 8th order will be the consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill B4 2024 National Assembly Section 76 and report of Select Committee on Appropriations thereon. ATC 30 April 2024, page 3. I will now call on the Honorable Dikeledi Mahlangu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriations, to present the committee report. It's over to you, Honorable Mahlangu, and you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip, MECs, permanent and special delegates. Honorable Chairperson, it is a privilege to table before this House a report on the Division of Revenue Bill B4 of 2024 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations today. The committee adopted the report while the DA, the Freedom Front Plus, did not support the bill, and the EFF reserved its position on the bill. Honorable Chairperson and members, upon the referral, the National Treasury briefed the committee together with the provincial portfolio committees on finance on the bill on the 6th of March 2024. Honorable Chairperson, between 16 and 20 April 2024, permanent delegates briefed their provinces. The committee considered negotiating mandates on the 24th of April 2024, and the final mandates were adopted on the 30th of April 2024. In line with Section 72, subsection 1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Republic and Section 9, subsection 5B of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act, the committee facilitated public participation. To this end, advertisements calling for public inputs were published on the parliamentary website, in print media, in all 11 official languages, and the committee received inputs from Amandla Mobi, Budget Justice Coalition, Congress of South African Trade Unions, Equal Education and Equal Education, and Equal Education Law Center, Section 27, Rural Health Advocacy Project, TB Accountability Consortium, and Western Cape Children's Commissioner. In accordance with Section 214, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic and Section 10, subsection 4 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act number 97 of 1997, the committee consulted with FFC, SALGA, and PBO. Honorable Chairperson, the committee made observations on some issues and came up with the following recommendations. The first being that the Minister of Finance should gazette the bill once it is signed into law as a custodian of the South African public finances. The Minister should ensure that the National Treasury continues to assist all other spheres of government, including public entities, to build proper financial management capacity and internal control measures to safeguard these allocations from corrupt elements and ensure that the value for money is always achieved, failing which the necessary consequence management must be implemented. The National Treasury, together with all departments affected by the current and future budget cuts of 23.9 billion rands and 2.9 billion rands from the baseline of both direct and indirect grants over the MTEF, should develop a clear plan within 90 days after the adoption of this report by this August House to mitigate any negative impact on service delivery. The committee reiterates its previous stance that any budget cuts to government programs should be guided by evidence and proper impact assessment to avoid undesirable amendments of departmental annual performance plans officially adopted by legislature. Honorable Chair and members, the Department of Basic Education should develop clear plans within 60 days after the adoption of this report by this House to ensure efficient and improved expenditure on the ECD grants to avoid any future budget cuts. The Department of Basic Education, together with its provincial counterparts, should ensure that measures are developed within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House to strengthen and improve the spending of the National School Nutrition Program grant, ensure that grant objectives are aligned and that the allocation is inflation-linked at all times. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Department of Health, together with the National Treasurer, should take steps within 60 days of the adoption of this report by this August House to ensure that the issue of unemployed qualified South African doctors and social workers is fully addressed over MTEF. The Department of Health, together with the Gauteng Provincial Department of Health, should ensure that measures are developed within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House to address the challenges around the shortage of radiation oncology services and the replenishment of the correct equipment supply for the healthcare sector, and that the remuneration of oncology staff is standardized across all provinces. The Department of COGTA, Honorable Chairperson, together with the National Treasury, should accelerate the process of putting measures in place to address underspending on infrastructure through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, MISA, and the National Treasury budgeting tools to ensure that all funds are used to the intended purpose and value for money is always achieved. Parliament should continue to monitor progress in this regard. Honorable Chair and members, the National Treasury, together with the Department of COGTA and SALGA, should develop a clear plan within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House to ensure that municipalities address the legacy debt owed to both ESCOM and water boards, which is currently undermining service delivery, including the debt relief program, to make sure that they are changed to correct rate for basic services and that these are cost reflective. Honorable members, the National Treasury, together with the Department of COGTA, should develop clear plans within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House to ensure the effective implementation of the 2 billion rands smart meter grant and to end support on project rollout, business case readiness assessment, and support in developing a clear framework to protect the existing municipal revenue and optimize overall municipal revenue collection. Honorable members and Deputy Chairperson, together we are also recommending that the National Treasury must, together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, SALGA and DBSA, should develop clear plans with time frames within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House to accelerate the process of addressing non-revenue water caused by water leaks due to aging infrastructure and illegal water connections through dedicated and competent technical teams. As such, this will continue to affect the expected municipal revenue, and therefore municipal infrastructure maintenance should be prioritized in all aspects. Honorable Chairperson and members, the National Treasury should develop measures within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House to ensure that the amended Section 10 of the bill, which deals with the duties of the transferring officer in respect of Schedule 5 and 6 allocation, is properly implemented, and that both financial and non-financial performance information is effectively monitored and evaluated to achieve value for money and address irregular and wasteful expenditure. Chairperson, allow me to conclude, because the report is, it's been 86 members will go through it, and I know they've already gone through it. In conclusion, Chairperson and honorable members, I wish to thank all committee members across party lines for their constructive provincial finance or treasury committee members for their inputs, committee stakeholders, media, and the general public, as well as the committee support staff. The committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without amendments. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlangu. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate. I will now put the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. And I will give them 3 minutes per declaration. Any province, you may start if there is a declaration from any province.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Abskachni, you may.
Thank you very much.
Maybe 2 only is left.
Chairperson, this bill might as well have been called the time and again bill, because time and again we hear the pleas from the provinces with a large rural component and large geographical spread that the provincial equitable share formula needs to be changed for it to accommodate the unique needs of those provinces. It is just a pity that time and again these pleas fell on deaf ears, with National Treasury time and again saying that they are close to coming up with a new model for determining the equitable share formula. When will this really happen? Time and again, we insist that bad financial management or the misappropriation of funds or corruption-driven decisions must lead to consequences for those that commit them. Yet, time and again, we see that so many officials that confirm these financial unsound or criminal acts remain in their positions without any consequence management being implemented. Time and again, the Democratic Alliance has warned that the endemic corruption within failing state-owned enterprises such as Eskom, SAA, and SABC, to name but a few, as well as the continuous provision of government bailouts or taking over of the debts of these mismanaged and failing SOEs, will have a huge negative effect on the delivery of services to our people. It is now an undeniable fact that this is exactly what is currently happening. The over-politicization of appointments at local government.
Tell me, I see there was 2.5 put into my account. Is that
Order here. Please mute. There is another
Okay,
member
now
speaker.
I'll
Honorable
mute.
Christians. Honorable Christians, can you mute? Please. Honorable Christians. I'm sorry for that, Honorable Abskachni, but you may continue. Sorry, I'm really sorry for that.
The over-politicization of appointments at local government level as well as cadre deployment are two of the largest contributors to the poor service delivery record that this government has attained. These two factors, combined with the bloated number of people being employed in the public service sector as well as the increases that they receive, are literally taking money away from the people. We saw this in this bill with all the large amounts that has been taken away from provinces and local government in order to pay for these increases. This bill has got a further negative effect on service delivery due to the fact that NGOs will get less money from various government institutions, thus preventing these NGOs from filling a large number of services that they normally deliver to our communities. Honorable Chairperson, when we look at all these factors, as well as all the inputs received from the various provinces, and one look at the continuous way in which some of those valid requests are being brushed aside time and again, year after year, whereas the NCOP, as well as our colleagues in the provincial legislatures, have to ask ourselves if we are finally going to fulfill our duty and honor our obligation to the people by standing up for the provinces that we represent, instead of time and again being a rubber stamp to the executive. The Western Cape does not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labuschagne. Any other declaration? If there is no declaration of vote, I shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question again is that the bill be agreed to. And I will now call upon the provinces to cast their vote. And when called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against or abstain. And I will now call the provinces. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, iyavuma Sihlalo.
And because Eastern Cape, Free State.
Free State is in support, Deputy Chair of the Council.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko osekela Sihlalo.
Ngiyabonga Mama. Limpopo.
Limpopo is in support, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga is in support, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Northern Cape.
Northern Cape in support, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Northwest.
Bokoni bophirima bo a amogela motlatsamodulasetulo.
The record, Western Cape. Western Cape.
The Western Cape objects.
Thank you very much. That is just for the record, Honorable Labuschagne. The voting is now closed. 8 provinces have voted in favor, and I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the 9th order. Consideration of Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill, B8B 2021, National Assembly, Section 76, and report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy thereon. ATC reports the 8th of May 2024. I shall now call on the Honorable Tebogo Modise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, to present the committee report. Honorable Tebogo Modise, you've got 10 minutes to table your report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. The report on Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy on the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill, B8B 2021, Section 76, dated 7 May 2024. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development briefed the committee on the 27 February 2024 on the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Bill, B8B 2021, Section 76. The bill was referred to the committee on the 5th of December 2023 as Section 76 bill. The committee called for written comments on the bill on the 14th of March 2024, while the public hearing were held by the provincial legislatures. At the end of the public engagement process of both the committee and the provincial legislatures, the negotiating mandate meeting was held by the committee together with the provincial legislatures on the 30th of April 2024. The Select Committee on the Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy, having deliberated on the consideration to the subject of Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill, B8B 2021, Section 76, refer to it and classify by the JTM as Section 76 bill, reports that agrees to the bill B8B 2021 without any amendments. The committee requests the House to adopt this bill, to consider the bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madise. Honorable delegates. Let me just go back to that concludes the debate. And I now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to, but before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. And you've got 3 minutes for a declaration. Anyone that want to make a declaration, you may do so now. If there is no declaration, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. And I shall now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Am I audible, honorable members?
You are, Deputy Chair.
Eastern Cape votes in favor,
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Honorable.
Thank you very much. Free State.
Free State is in favor, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal.
IKwaZulu-Natal kumbi kusekela sihlalo ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga mama. Limpopo.
Limpopo is in favor, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Northwest.
Northwest support the bill.
Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the bill.
Thank you very much. The voting is now closed, and all 9 provinces have voted in favor. So I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the 10th order. That is a consideration of Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, B2D 2022 National Assembly Section 76, and the report of Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture thereon. ATC 2 May 2024, page 6. I shall now call on the Honorable Eleki M. Chabaleng, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture, to present the committee report. Over to you, Honorable Chabaleng.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, B2B 2022, proposes to amend the South African Schools Act.
Before you proceed, Chairperson, before you proceed, Honorable Abaskagni, I see that you raised your hand.
Yes, Chair, I raise on a point of order.
Yes, you may continue.
I raise on the point of order, and I raise on Rule 178 of the Committee of the Rules of the NCOP. 178(2) B. Specifically, it states that in its report, the committee must specify each amendment if an amendment was agreed on it, and by each amendment that was considered for a reason other than it being out of order was rejected by it and so forth. The original report that was ATC was a report that didn't include the amendments as the clauses that was amended. The report that's now going to be delivered is the correct report, included the C list, but that report was not ACT'd. So we continue with a process that is not correct. That report was corrected this morning or late last night, I don't know. But it was correctly put on the WhatsApp group of the whips and distributed. But the correct procedure for a bill as important as this one is really not being followed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuskaghni, I think we have discussed the issue, and I would love the Chief Whip of the Council to give clarity with regards to the issue. Then if at all, because I don't think there is a train smash, if we can just be clarified as to what procedure was followed, and then we can be able to get clarity on the specific issue. Chief Whip, Honorable Mohai.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I really do agree that should there be no unanimity on the committee in dealing with the report can be deferred, but we got an impression that this was a correction on not a substantial matter of the report. That's why the report is circulated, but we don't want, because many things can be raised at this stage, we understand. And that's why we were consulting, we listened to the committee, and the committee correction that it has forwarded to the, that has corrected the report as circulated. So we don't have any issue should there not been any unanimity in terms of how this report should be processed.
Should we then agree that there is no agreement on the issue of the processing of this specific report, and we then refer the report? Is that the ruling that we can make?
I thought Honorable Labuskaghni just raising a concern, or was this raising an objection that it should not be processed?
That is exactly what I want to understand, Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It would be easy to say, let us all agree, because that I understand things can slip in. The problem is, the procedure is that a report has to include all those clauses that are amended, that they refer to as the C list, that's now the D list, which is corrected. But this report that we are now is going to be read and that we are going to vote on, not being 80 seat. It's not the correct procedure. I would really think that we should refer this report back, or let this report be 80 seat and then follow it, because you know as well as I know that anyone who wants to take this bill up, further up, the procedural or the procedures not being followed will be another very good reason for objecting or standing or fighting this bill in court. Yeah, that is my point. Thank you.
Honorable members, if we can then rule on this specific report.
Deputy Chair, just a factual information before the ruling. No, it can be, but I just want to give a factual report before it can be, because the report has been circulated, and the report is going to appear in the ATC today. So if it is postponed, it should be postponed with that understanding that it is not, but it is not that members have not been alerting each other with regard to the report. So I thought that with that understanding, there would not be any harm if there was to be proceeding with the report. But that's what I would say from the Chief Whip point of view. But if members of that committee were agreed that they still were struggling to find one another, that's the route we can go.
Can Advocate Pindela, can you please in terms of procedure, support us and advise us as to how we continue with this, please? Can the table please assist us in terms of procedural issues? Advocate Nonyane or Pindela, before we make the rule. Is it only me, but is it only me, advocate, but I can't hear you. I
We
don't know
can't
if it's
hear
only
you,
me.
Chairperson.
I can't hear you.
Deputy Chair.
We couldn't hear you. If you can just.
can't hear you now.
We couldn't hear you. If you can just really repeat what you've been saying.
Deputy Chair, am I audible now?
You are.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I was saying that the Chief Whip has proposed that if there's no agreement, the report may be referred to the next sitting of the House, which would be the 16th of May. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. As being advised by both the Chief Whip as well as the administration, the table, we will request Chairperson, and we want to apologize for that because it seems as if procedurally things have not been after there was agreement on the content matters. It's just a procedural issue, and that is on the issue of making sure that the report are put onto the ATC, onto the announcements, tablings, and committees report. Apparently, it have not happened like that. I would now rule that this matter be ATC'd and be dealt with in the next House sitting. Thank you very much, and I really apologize to the Chairperson because we have requested that it should be clarified before we start with this House sitting, but it seems as if there was still some issues that fall through the cracks, and I really want to apologize to you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable members, that dealt with the 10th order, and we will now proceed to the 11th order. That is the consideration of the Public Procurement Bill, B18D 2023, National Assembly, Section 76, and the report of Select Committee of Finance thereon. ATC report 8 May 2024. I shall now call on the Honorable M.L. Marhane, Member of Select Committee on Finance, to present the committee report. Honorable Marhane.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to you. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, today I rise on behalf of Today I rise to present for the Council's consideration the Select Committee on Finance report on the Public Procurement Bill. The bill was, sorry for that. This bill was introduced by the Honorable Minister of Finance in the National Assembly in June 2023. The bill was processed and passed by the National Assembly and thereafter transmitted to the National Council of Provinces to concurrence on the 8th December 2023. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the objective of the bill is to regulate public procurement and to prescribe a framework within which preferential procurement must be implemented. The bill intends to address the fragmentation of public procurement legislation, align it to international best practice where appropriate, and assist in implementing government socio-economic policy objectives. The bill was processed in terms of the procedure is established in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution. The Select Committee on Finance invited the provincial portfolio committees on finance to the briefing on the bill by National Treasury on the 6th February 2024, and all the other meetings. The committee held public hearings on the 23rd February 2024, where it received a total of 33 submissions and 21 written submissions. All the stakeholders who made submissions are listed in the report itself. At the meeting of the committee on the 16th March, on the 19th March, the National Treasury responded to the submissions of the stakeholders, and they in turn responded to the National Treasury responses. The committee then engaged with both National Treasury and the stakeholders. In its responses, the National Treasury dealt with, among others, concerns regarding constitutionality, independence on the Public Procurement Office, functions on the PPO, provincial treasuries, and procuring institutions, transparency and integrity measures, whistleblowers, dispute resolution, and the extent of regulation-making powers. This was a very intense and involved process, as the committee raised concerns about the National Treasury in some balanced instances, only noting stakeholders' comments and explaining that some of the issues will be addressed through regulations, circulars, guidelines, and instructions, and should not form part of the primary legislation. The committee expressed disappointment with the National Treasury's response and urged them to provide a comprehensive feedback and engage constructively in the process. The committee invited stakeholders to submit further comments and directed National Treasury to meet separately with the stakeholders to see if they can reduce the differences between them, given that the bill is in a Section 76 bill, which must include the views of the provinces. 12 stakeholders submitted summaries of outstanding issues that still had to be addressed. Those who made submissions were COSATU and SACTU, JSR, Procurement Reform Working Groups, PSMA, CSCC, NRF, Willpowers, IRR, Legal, NPC, Black Business Councils, Business Unit South Africa, and Dr. Ngeto Mkondwe. An additional submissions was received by MK Liberation War Veterans subsequently. National Treasury met with the stakeholders between 8 and 10 April 2024 and provide feedback on the outcome of the engagement to the committee on the 17th April 2024. The report was discussed at length in subsequent sittings of the committee. Permanent delegates of the committee briefed their respective provinces on the bill between February and April 2024. On the 30th April 2024 and 2nd May 2024, the committee considered the provincial negotiating mandates. The committee held meetings on the 23rd to the 25th to the 26th and 30 April 2024 and 2nd May 2024 to further process the bill, decide on policy issues, and consider the bill clause by clause. On the 7th May 2024, the the committee considered and adopted the report in all the committee spent, and all the committee spent 39 hours on the bill. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, let me express the words from the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance and express my appreciation for the collaborative work we put in during this process. Even though members of the opposition, like the DA and the FF, Freedom Front Plus, did not support the bill, they participated actively. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I now present the report on the Select Committee on Finance on the Public Procurement Bill. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mama Rekhane. I gave you some extra minutes just for us to understand clearly on the process that have actually transpired. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate, and I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to, but before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Provinces, anyone that want to come up with a declaration before we go to the next step of the procedure? If there is none, we shall not.
Deputy Chair, yes, I would like to do
Yes.
a declaration.
Miss, you may continue, Honorable Skarne.
Thank you, Chair. The Western Cape rejects the idea that race can be used as a proxy for disadvantage. It is undeniable that the majority of people who have been historically deprived of opportunity are Black. It is also true that there are many others who have been disenfranchised. Furthermore, the past 30 years of democracy have gone some way to correcting the injustices experienced by many South Africans during the apartheid years. Since much more needs to be done, focus should be on empowering those who have remained unempowered. Race is therefore an outdated measure. It is demeaning to South Africans to still be subjected to the race classifications that made apartheid the evil system that it was. Our present government has simply adopted the racial mechanisms used by the previous government. The Western Cape believes that the government must achieve socioeconomic redress by governing well, uplifting South Africans who remain trapped in hardship. The program of favouring the few has to date been counterproductive, with projects designed to uplift large groups failing because of ineptitude or malfeasance. Redress is essential, but the current model has not achieved this, and the bill simply presents a continuation of the same stale thinking. While strategic government procurement is nothing new, the mechanisms entrenched by this bill are the same mechanisms that have failed to have a broad impact over the past 30 years in South Africa. In stark contrast, the Democratic Alliance tabled a solution, the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Amendment Act in June of 2023, which proposes focus on the Sustainable Development Goals to address the root causes of inequality of opportunity benefiting the majority of poor and vulnerable citizens. The committee, supported by the professional staff and with the patient and capable cooperation of Treasury, has done good work in panel beating this rust bill. The insertion of a clause demanding a review in 2 years is an admission that the bill is flawed. While the bill before us is a big improvement on the bill that entered this House, we cannot accept the perpetuation of legislation that entrenches the racial divisive policies of the governing party. The Western Cape rejects this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Karim. Honorable Karim.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, in reply to Western Cape, the statistics that we got from DTI, National Treasury, and our own research unit show that we're far from empowering a sufficient number of people. So the facts are stark and bare. Secondly, I know, and we all do, the DA's policy, right, on opportunity being more important than affirmative action. But there's a significant overlap between class and race. They argue, as does the Freedom Front Plus, that this bill will increase polarization. We're saying, if we don't do this, if we don't give African people and blacks more generally, Africans and so-called coloreds in particular, we are going to increasingly polarize this country across race, class, and gender lines. So this bill is necessary to reduce polarization. In fact, the provinces gave us very good submissions along similar lines. Even the Western Cape, you made a very good submission, even if we don't agree with you. It doesn't mean at all that if we come back to this bill in 24 months, that therefore the bill is inadequate. No. The stakeholders came to us and said, return the bill to NEDLAC. And then within 6 months, the new incoming committee at NCOP, in the National Council must look at it. And we said, no, while we respect the process in NEDLAC, NEDLAC is not our superiors. Parliament ultimately decides on bill. We're not a subcommittee of NEDLAC. We spent 40 hours in the last day. It was not 3, but 4 hours, and that was corrected in the ATC version. And we made major changes. And let me put this to you, Chairperson. You know, to be frank, as much as they were fundamentally opposed to the bill, particularly the DA, they made a huge contribution. Mr. Dennis Ryder in particular, one can't lie, Chairperson. It doesn't matter which party raises things, especially in the NCOP, we were less adversarial in theory. Mr. Ryder made very good contributions. Yet he constantly said, this is our policy, this is my view, it's wrong, but we want to thank him and thank also other opposition members. They came endlessly. In fact, we finished at 9 p.m. on Tuesday night. We also, besides spending 40 hours on this bill, we have given an opportunity in 24 months for the bill to come back, not because of what Mrs. Labuschagne says, it's because the stakeholders wanted us to stop the bill, and secondly, because there are implementation issues, Chairperson. How often have we found, once we have a bill, when we implement everywhere in the world, not just in South Africa, everywhere in the world, every parliament, they discover that there are some glitches. It's about implementation, it's about giving stakeholders a second chance, it's about actually agreeing partly to the DA and Freedom Front Plus, but it's not because the bill is inadequate. Inadequate, it goes to the NA, and they will look at it further, and if they make changes, it'll come back to us. But I want to take this opportunity, Chairperson, to say that they did contribute, and we are grateful for that, as our whip has said, Comrade Mamarakane. It is a very, very important bill. It was never going to be easy to process it. We have fundamental philosophical and policy differences, but we are clear. If we don't have this bill, that polarization, Chairperson, we all know that will become far worse. It will threaten social stability, undermine the prospects of economic development you need so much, and it will actually mean what July 2021 meant and happened. That will be a picnic, Chairperson. We don't want that, whichever party we're in. So, whatever our misgivings, let's implement this bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karim. If there is no other declaration of vote, we shall proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I shall thus now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma Sekela Sihlalo.
Nkosima. Free State.
Free State is in favor, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal yaweseka umbono Sihlalo, ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga ma. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Northern Cape. Northern Cape.
Ready to report, Honorable Chair.
Northwest. Western Cape.
Western Cape objects.
Thank you very much. Voting is now closed. 8 out of 9 provinces voted in favor, and I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the 12th order, consideration of gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account defrayal amendment bill, B7 of 2024, National Assembly Section 77, and the report of Select Committee on Appropriations thereon, ATC reports 24 April 2024, page 121. And I shall now call on the Honorable Dikeledi Mahlangu, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriations, to present the committee report. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and all protocol observed. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, it is once more my honor and privilege to table before this August House a report on the Gold and Foreign Exchange Contingency Reserve Account Deferral Amendment Bill, that's B7 of 2024, on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, the committee adopted the report, while the DA and the Freedom Front Plus rejected the report, and the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, reserved its position on the report. Chair and honorable members, the bill was tabled in Parliament with the 2024 budget by the Minister of Finance on the 21st of February 2024, and it was passed by the National Assembly on the 26th of March 2024, whereafter it was referred to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. In compliance with Section 4, subsection 4C of the Money Bills Act, the committee consulted with the FFC on the bill and invited the PBO to comment. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, to facilitate public participation and involvement, and in compliance with Section 72 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, an advertisement was published on the website of Parliament and social media accounts, inviting the public and all interested stakeholders to make written submissions on the bill. Therefore, written submissions were received from the following stakeholders, who also made oral submissions during the public hearings which were held on the 15th of March 2024, which are Advocate B. Cronin and Congress of South African Trade Unions and Dr. S.M. Mala. During these public hearings, the committee observed some key issues and made the following recommendations. The first recommendation, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and members, is that the committee noted that the bill provides for direct charges against the National Revenue Fund for the contingency reserve account on the South African Reserve Bank, and for reporting of such funds, informed by a new settlement agreement between the Minister of Finance and the South African Reserve Bank Governor, and that under the new framework, GFRECA balances are distributed in a waterfall arrangement to 3 pools. To this end, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the committee notes that National Treasury will receive 150 billion rands to be paid out in 3 tranches of 100 billion rands in the 2024-2025 financial year, and 25 billion rands in each of the subsequent 2 financial years. On the second one, the committee noted the FFC's view that the use of GFRECA to the tune of 150 billion rands over the MTF has the potential to weaken South Africa's strategic position and capability to stabilize the currency value in an increasingly volatile global economy, and the country's financial and fiscal integrity. The third one, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and members, the committee welcomed COSATU's view that consideration should be given to create a sovereign wealth fund through future surpluses, of which the interest and capital at times must be available for development and other purposes, and that discussions should take place on the appropriate amounts of reserves required, and that the relevant legislation be finalized early in the 7th Parliament. It is captured in our legacy report. On the fourth recommendation, Deputy Chairperson, we say upon approval of the bill, the Minister of Finance should gazette the amendment of the GFRECA of 2003 to provide for a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund to be credited with a net amount of 100 billion rands for the 2024-25 financial year from the GFRECA, as well as 50 billion rands for the MTF period. The fifth one is that the National Treasury, together with the South African Reserve Bank, should, within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House, develop a set of terms and conditions or principles to ensure that funds are strictly utilized for their intended purposes to reduce government debt and stabilize the escalating debt service caused by the 2025-26 financial year. And the National Treasury should publish the terms and conditions urgently to assist Parliament to continuously monitor the implementation thereof. The last one, Chairperson, is that whilst welcoming the bill as a committee as a critical piece of legislation, in future, the Minister of Finance should consider tabling such bills during the medium-term budget policy statement, the MTBPS, to create enough space for Parliament to adequately engage with the proposed legislation. As I conclude, honorable members and honorable chairperson, I wish to thank all committee members for their constructive contributions, stakeholders, media, and public, and the public, as well as the committee support staff. Without all these role players, honorable members and deputy chairperson, this work would not have been a success. Therefore, the committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without amendment. I thank you very much. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlangu. Honorable delegates, I will now put the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make the declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. We will now, okay. Honorable Makause. Honorable Makause.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the Council. The Economic Freedom Fighters largely supports the findings, observations, and recommendations of the Standing Committee on Appropriations regarding the Gold and Foreign Exchange Contingency Reserve Account Amendment Bill. Firstly, we align with the committee's recognition of the bill's provision, yet we assert that the measures should not serve as permanent features within the government's fiscal framework. Furthermore, we share the committee's concerns regarding the exorbitant liquidity management costs associated with the utilization of the Gold and Foreign Exchange Contingency Reserve Account. And in light of this committee's recommendation, we urge the Minister of Finance to prioritize the development of a comprehensive framework outlining the conditions for the utilization of these funds. This framework should be subjected to parliamentary scrutiny before tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement, ensuring accountability and transparency in the allocation of public funds. Additionally, Deputy Chair, we advocate for the inclusion of such bills within the medium-term budget policy statements, affording Parliament sufficient time to deliberate and consult with relevant stakeholders. This approach aligns with our commitment to democratic governance and ensures robust decision-making processes. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, while we acknowledge the necessity of the bill in addressing the immediate fiscal challenges, we reiterate the importance of adopting a holistic approach to economic management and prioritize sustainable development, social equity, and inclusive growth. As the EFF, we remain steadfast in our pursuit of economic emancipation of all South Africans. It's about time that the South African Reserve Bank does something progressive in ensuring that it plays a role in alleviating poverty in this country. Indeed, this proposal goes a long way towards ensuring that socialist states that we envision as the EFF
you
is
conclude.
realized. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makause. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. If you'd bought a Kruger Rand in 2016, it would have cost you about 20,000 Rand. A good investment because since the gold price has moved from $1,500 to $2,285 US per ounce. At the same time, the Rand has weakened against the dollar, meaning that your Kruger Rand is now worth about 46,000 Rand. A profit of 26,000, which is a close analogy for the money that is contained in the gold and foreign exchange reserve. But though your personal wealth would have increased substantially, it could not put food on the table. A theoretical gain that does not help your actual cash flow. So what the government has decided to do is to issue more currency into the market using this increased wealth that it has. It's kind of like increasing your overdraft on the basis of the improved security now that your Kruger Rand is worth more. Now, while it would have been nice to just leave the wealth to grow, leveraging the increased wealth could really be useful if you are using it for a project that will dramatically improve your life. Something like starting a business or adding a room on the house or buying some solar panels maybe. Sadly, the gain will not be used in a responsible manner like this by our government. Part of it goes to pay drunk Uncle Jacob's credit card debt, and this is going to be frittered away on simple survival. It's like waking up in January to the bills when you blew the Christmas bonus on stuff that you can't remember. That is the problem with the current dipping into the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account. The government is dipping into our wealth, but not using the funds for any catalytic project that will have a long-term benefit. It's merely a ploy to keep the wolves from the door. And the mechanism that is employed will almost certainly have an inflationary impact. In any market, artificially increasing the circulating money supply without a corresponding increase in industrial production leads to a decline in that currency's value. This doesn't mean that goods are actually scarcer, but rather that the currency used to buy them is more abundant, leading to higher prices. Perhaps the saddest point is that by dipping into the reserve, the government is effectively acknowledging that the Rand is not going to strengthen again. This is an act of surrender, an acceptance that they've driven the currency into steady decline through populism, bad judgment, policy uncertainty, and a level of corruption that has much of the world rejecting us as trade partners. Richatsetse Kemerero, eno yamakeku ahlokang kuisiso. South Africans must vote for a party that will rescue South Africa from 30 years of bad government. On 29th of May, vote for the DA. Thank you, Deputy Chair. You are muted.
And I'm trying to unmute myself again. Honorable Makause, it seems this is a legacy hand. Honorable Moss, you still want to come through?
Yes, Chairperson, I want to make a declaration.
Okay, may continue.
The decision of the government to draw 115 billion on the GFECRA balance will multi-gate physical rails by reducing borrowing by 100 billion for the 2024-2025 financial year, 25 billion for the 2025-2026 financial year, and 25 billion for the 2026-27 financial year. As a result, debt services cost will decline by 30.2 billion rand over the 2024 medium-term expenditure framework period, which is accompanied by reducing in the growth in the stock debt. The reduction in our country debts will enable the government to release funds to expand on investment infrastructure for the building of roads, schools, hospitals, and water and sanitation projects, amongst others, which is critical for the creation of jobs. We are of the view that reducing debt services costs is critical for growth and development. The Minister and Governor have agreed on a new framework for managing this, and this require an amendment to the GFER CRA Act. Currently, the value of the account stands at a positive balance of 500 billion rand. When the rand depreciates, this amount gains. So this half a trillion rand balance reflects the depreciation of the currency over a long time. Let me stress this, honorable members. This is an account of government managed by the SARB. In fact, honorable members, in 23, when this account was deflected, government credited this account by 28 billion rand. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, please note that this is done by mutual agreement between the Minister and Governor, because some among us like jumping to the dependence of SARB here. That argument is misplaced and it does not arise. Let me assure South Africans that what is being done here is in strict accordance with Section 22(4)(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The African National Congress support the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account deferral amendment bill. So moved.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moss. Honorable members, I will call order now so that we allow 1 minute for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join us. 1 minute. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should now raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised until the count is complete.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Can you allow me to vote? I vote in favor. Honorable Lydia Mushodi.
You can just raise your hand, but don't have to grandstand. Yeah.
Can you please, Honorable Magwala?
Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor. Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Magwala, respect the process, please.
Honorable Njadu, vote in favor, Chair, Deputy Chair.
Yes, Honorable Njadu. The table take note. The table will lower their hands when the count is completed, so that we prepare for the next vote. Thank you very much. The count is completed. We shall now call on delegates who want to vote against to please raise their hands and keep your hands raised. You will keep your hands raised, and the host will lower their hands as soon as the count is completed. Thank you very much. The host have lowered their hands. We shall now call on all delegates who wish to abstain to please raise their hands. There is no hands. We shall now get the results. In favor is 29 and against is 11. Abstentions is 0. So let me just go back to my guide. Voting is now closed. We have received the results. We have actually announced the results, which means the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the 13th order. That is the consideration of Statistics Amendment Bill B31B 2023, National Assembly, Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Health and Social Services thereon, announcements, tablings, and committee reports, 23 April 2024, page 4. I shall now call on the Honorable Zoe Silen Jadu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, to present the committee report. Honorable Njadu, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Good afternoon to all the members. The report of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services on the Statistics Amendment Bill, which is B31B 2023, National Assembly, Section 75, dated 23rd April 2024. The Select Committee on Health and Social Services, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the Statistics Amendment Bill B31B 2023, National Assembly, Section 75, referred to it on 27 February 2024, reports that it has agreed to the bill with proposed amendment and reports of the as follows. Just to mention, which is clause 9, section 15 of the Principal Act, which is a correction. The Select Committee upheld the Constitution and its mandate by recognizing the importance of the public involvement in the legislative process. Further, the committee conducted open meetings without exceptions. On the 12th of March 2023, the Select Committee received a briefing on the Statistics Amendment Bill B31B 2023, National Assembly. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Section 75, following this, the Select Committee invited stakeholders and interested persons to submit written comments on the bill. To ensure its accessibility, the committee advertised the bill on various electronic media platforms. Stakeholders and interested persons could submit their written submissions between the 14th of March 2024 and the 15th of April 2024. However, no submissions were received during this period. Then, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the parliamentary legal advisor confirmed that amendments are constitutionally and procedurally in order with the meaning of Joint Rule 161, and no amendment affects the classification of the bill. Statistics South Africa responded to the proposal amendments and agreed to them. The Select Committee considered and agreed to adopt the bill with the proposed amendments. The recommendation, Honorable Deputy Chair, that the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, having considered the Statistics Amendment Bill B31B 2023, National Assembly, Section 75, which was referred to it on 27 February 2024 and classified by the Joint Targeting Mechanism as a Section 75 bill, recommends that the Council pass the bill with proposed amendments. The report to be considered. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Njadu. Honorable delegates, I will now put the question. And the question is that the bill, subject to proposed amendments, be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to do any declarations if they so wish. Any declarations? Yes, Honorable Lee.
Chairperson, the EFF support cooperation with Statistics SA and its representatives. However, our foremost priority remains with the safety of our citizens. We do not compromise for the safety of our citizens. We do not cut corners and do not share favors concerning the safety of our citizens. We therefore question the necessity for Statistics SA personnel to physically enter every household to obtain credible statistics. Why can't everything be done across the gate to guarantee the safety of the citizens? We have got no problem to be counted, but we must be counted without compromising our safety. We advocate for a more discerning approach, wherein law enforcement assistance or court warrants are sought when specific premises are flagged for irregularity, such as concealed occupants. So we are not here to hide criminality, but we do not want to be treated as criminals and exposed to danger. Some of these Statistics SA officials are not vetted for some of the serious offenses. This approach should be the exception rather than the norm. Regarding the proposed amendments concerning database sharing, the EFF urges caution, as unintended consequences could compromise the independence and hard-earned credibility of Statistics SA. Presently, when Statistics SA reports on anything, nobody questions it. However, if this amendment and passed in their current form, it means that there is a risk that future pronouncements by Statistics SA on unemployment rates, for example, may be met with skepticism, as data may have been sourced from various other services providers, potentially undermining the veracity of the statistics. Why even venture into this abyss? We envisage a truly independent and properly funded statistic SA, which should in fact be a Chapter 9 institution. We cannot be at the mercy of politicians as to when statistics should be released. Without addressing these concerns, the EFF cannot in good conscience support these otherwise progressive amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The bill before the House seeks to enhance the role of the statistician generally in coordinating the statistics ecosystem. We are in a digital age that requires the government to have quality data, which will enhance decision-making and result in quality outcomes and impact on society. Without quality information, we will not have the required evidence-based decision-making. In a period of big data and artificial intelligence, enhancing coordination and collaboration amongst data producers and data users is critical to ensure Stats SA is in possession of useful data which focuses on various sectors and facets of human existence. The bill is critical as it empowers Statistics South Africa to develop and implement a national statistics system and a national strategy enabling the statistician general to have a comprehensive system, enabling Stats SA to harvest and disseminate data from and to the broadest sections possible. Harnessing this collaboration will ensure that a conducive environment for information sharing is enabled, which will impact the quality of statistics produced by Stats SA and enhance decision-making. We have made an observation on the quality of spending in government and thus require an impact focus to advance the social and economic transformation of society. The new bill mandates that all state institutions must have dedicated statistical units to improve government performance reporting and other statistical reports across various sectors. This measure will enhance the quality of data and the scientific basis of decision-making to make a positive impact and improve public spending outcomes. Stats South Africa has been an effective state institution that respects human rights and works with law enforcement agencies to ensure its data collection does not make citizens vulnerable to crime. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. If there is no other declarations of vote, we will allow 1 minute to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. 1 minute.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. So delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Musodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
Noted.
Jadu, vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. The host will lower their hands if the count is, as soon as the count is complete. The host will lower the hands as soon as the count is concluded in preparation for the next vote. Thank you very much. All delegates who vote against should please raise their hands now and keep your hands raised until the count is completed.
Makwala, against.
You should have just pressed your raise hand function. That is what you said to the other member now.
One visa out of order.
There is no chairperson that was ever out of order. Can we please, the table will indicate, and if the count is concluded, they will then lower their hands. So let us continue. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands now, if there is any hands. If none, because I don't see any hands raised, we shall then proceed. And we're closing the voting. We are waiting on the results. The results are as follows. In favor is 36, against is 4, and abstentions is 0. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will continue. The bill, subject to the proposed amendments, is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Agreed. We will now proceed, honorable delegates, to the 14th order, a consideration of the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill, B25B 2023, National Assembly Section 75, and the report of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resource, and Energy thereon, ATC Reports 8 May 2024. I shall now call on the Honorable Tebogo Modise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy, to present the committee report. Honorable Modise, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. The report on Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy on the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill, B25B 2023 National Assembly Section 75, dated the 7 May 2024. The bill was referred to the committee on the 14th of March 2024, where the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy briefed the committee on the 9th of 2024. On the 21st of March 2024, it played at our parliamentary website was platform only two was during the deliberation of the 2nd May 2024, the researcher introduced the public submission report detailed, introducing the two submissions received. One was from EXCOM and the other one was from the Western Cape Ministry of Local Government, Environment. The letter could not be considered as Copter channels exist for other spheres of government in the legislative process, including the comments on highlighting grammatical errors. As requested was put forward to clarify several terms used in the bill, and the clarity is being sought regarding the process through which contravention of the legislation will be addressed. A specific reference to clause, including the inconsistency in use of several terms in the clause 1, B, G, and Q, when compared to the IAEIA glossary. A clarification was sought whether the regulator may enforce a system of administrative fines via directives and criminalizing a certain aspect of non-compliance with required address in the regulator documents. The department responded stating that the reference made to the IAEA glossary is not accurate. The glossary provides a members a state, but it's a subject to the national law and how legislation changed the national circumstances. The difference between glossary and the legislative in terms is this glossary originated with it was to the state that the bill is not aligned with the Constitution on the legislative. As the office of the bill, if it did not pass the legal scrutiny. Considering the response provided by the department, the committee wishes to acquire from the state law advisors a later change in the court and found to be unconstitutional. The state law advisor clarified that vetted by the HESA had ever been found unconstitutional. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral, and Energy have on the
Sorry, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, this is very bad. I can't follow.
Honorable Modise.
We can't follow. I suggest that we pass this one and go to the next, and then until the member sort herself up wherever she is.
Deputy Chair. So what were you waiting for? We've been subjected to this nonsense for a very long time.
Member who speaks and when time she wants.
It's actually better than listening to what she's actually saying.
Yes, the last few sentences it became really impossible to hear what you have been saying because of your network that was very your connectivity is a problem. So can you please sort the issues of connectivity whilst we go to the next order, and we will then revert back to you to deal with your specific order. Honorable Modise, did you hear me? Is it clear?
Yes, Deputy Chair.
Yes,
But
because
she's
I
fine
don't
now.
know, but your connectivity was extremely bad. So we will allow the next order to continue, and we will come back to you to conclude the business of the day with the order that you have been proposing. So if you can just try to sort out your connectivity. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the 15th order. Consideration of South African Institute for the Drug-Free Sport Amendment Bill, B41B 2023, National Assembly Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture thereon. ATC and ATC reports 8 May 2024. And I will now call on the Honorable Ian Chabaleng, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture, to present the committee report. Honorable Chabaleng, it's over to you.
Thanks, Deputy House Chair. I'm presenting a report of the Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture on the South African Institute of Drug-Free Sports Amendment Bill, B41B of 2023, dated the 8th of May 2024. The Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture, having received submissions on the South African Institute of Drug-Free Sport Amendment Bill, B41B 223, National Assembly Section 75, and having considered the written submissions, report as follows. The draft bill proposes to amend the South African Institute of Drug-Free Sport Act 1997 so as to delete, amend, and insert certain definitions to provide for consequential amendments in certain provisions. To clarify, the institute is a public entity, the National Anti-Doping Organization in the Republic, to provide for results management, to provide that investigations by the department must be conducted in a manner that is fair, transparent, just, and equitable. That punitive measures may only be imposed by the department after finding of non-compliance and to provide for matters connected therewith. The Select Committee, this is the process we followed. On the 26th of March 2024, the National Assembly passed the SAIDS Amendment Bill, which was subsequently referred to the National Council of Provinces on the 28th of March 2024. The Select Committee called the written submissions by all interested parties on the bill until the 19th of April 2024. A written submission was received from the Western Cape Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, calling for amendment to the wording in certain areas in the bill. However, in response to the written submissions by the Western Cape Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, the South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport, an entity of the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, indicated that the amendments suggested by the Western Cape Provincial Department will not significantly affect the content within the bill and may delay the adoption to the bill, further risking South Africa's compliance with the World Anti-Doping Agency, WADA, guidelines. They therefore requested the members of the Select Committee to reconsider any further amendments to the B version of the bill and accept the bill as is. Outcome of the Select Committee's consideration of the SAIDS Amendment Bill. On Wednesday, the 8th of May, the Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport Amendment Bill, B41B of 2023, referred to it as a Section 75 bill, reports that it has agreed to adopt the proposed bill without amendments. Consideration. The committee considered the report on the process of the finalizing the South African Institute of Drug-Free Sport Amendment Bill, B41B 223, and adopted the report without amendment, and therefore call upon the House to fully support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Deputy House Chair, the Chairperson. Thank you, Brad.
Yeah, you are demoting me to a Deputy House Chair. It's a bit too much. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
For a
Honorable
minute.
David, I now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we
They say
proceed
you are
to voting,
mumbling.
I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 if they so wish. Honorable Motwa, EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Okay.
Greetings to honorable members of the House. Chairperson, the bill, amongst other things, provides for an establishment of an institute of the National Anti-Doping Organization in the Republic as state entity responsible for fighting doping in sports. This provision is related to another that of an adopting of a centralized doping control programs responsible for testing athletes with or without notice. The EFF is pleased that the bill make provisions for the use of prohibited substance in case where medical reason exists for such use, and on condition that the need for such substance is reported to an sanctioned by the anti-doping body. Similarly, we welcome the establishment of anti-doping appeal board, which provides a mechanism for athletes to appeal the decision of anti-doping body. Taking into account of our history of exclusion here in the country and internationally, the bill sets the standard for drug-free sports, but it is also taking into cognizance the need of those who want to participate in sports but have certain medical conditions. International sporting bodies, such as those who vilified our own treasure athletes, Kester Semenya, with regulations that are degrading and invasive of privacy on grounds that are scientifically injustifiable, regulations that are incompatible with respect for women's right to body integrity, freedom from cruelty, inhuman and degrading treatments, dignity and non-discrimination can learn a lot from this bill. We are also pleased that the bill provides for sanctions against sporting federations that do not put in place proper mechanism for dealing with doping. The EFF, therefore, is in full support of mechanism of cleaning up our sports to ensure that athletes with the best and natural ability can compete without having to resort to performance enhancing drugs. It is for these reasons, informed by the broad support displayed by public participation in the amendment of the bill, that the EFF is convinced that the bill is in the best interest of all stakeholders who made their own inputs and nodding to the changes made. As the EFF, therefore, we welcome the report and support the amendment bill as tabled here. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mutwa. Any other declaration? If none, we shall now allow 1 minute to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Keep them raised until the count is completed. The House will lower all hands after the count.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Mushodi. I vote in favor. Ke a leboga ma.
Ke a leboga mme.
Honorable Mjado, vote in favor. Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
I'm sure there's been time for training on these things.
It's happening to the
I fully agree with you.
It's happening to the best of.
I must give them training on how to use the gadgets.
What's
because
your
today
problem
is
with
just
the
in a
chief of
workshop
Makauta?
training.
What's your problem, Makauta, chief of? What's your problem?
You need
What's
to
your
know the
problem?
gadgets,
What's your
understand
problem
technology.
with our chief of?
You
What's your
guys must
problem?
go home.
You are already home. You are already home. You are already home.
Yeah, man, akabe weli khutso hlemme.
What's wrong with you?
That one is not coming back next year.
Definitely not.
Who is that is not coming back? It's not for you. You are
Thank
not
you.
here.
Delegates will vote against. You too. We are not. Should now raise their hands, please, and keep your hands raised. I don't see any hands. Can we continue? Delegates who abstain, should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the count is completed. I don't see any hands, which means we can now immediately go straight to the results. Advocate. The results is as follows. In favor is 41, 0 against and 0 abstentions. Thank you very much. The bill is thus agreed to in terms of section 75 of the Constitution. Let me just check, is there anything else that is within the, that I should say before we conclude that. So it's just agreed to in terms of section 75 of the Constitution. Now we must go back to the order that was raised by Honorable Modise, the 14th order. Can we please go back there? Honorable Modise, I hope you have been able to improve on your connectivity. And then now we will allow you to table the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable Kiva will take it on my behalf because my network, I don't know, I'm at home. I don't know what is the problem.
But we can hear you.
Honorable
Why are you relinquishing your
Honorable Kiva, can you please continue and table the report? Thank you.
You are dodgy.
We welcome Kiva. Kiva can come.
Yeah, come, Kiva, come.
Chairperson, allow me to table this report of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy on the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill, dated 7th May 2024. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development briefed the committee on the 27th of February 2024 on the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill. The bill was referred to the committee on the 5th of December 2023 as a Section 76 bill. The committee called for written comments.
Honorable Chair.
The committee called for the written comments on the bill on 14 March 2024. While public hearings were held.
Just a moment, Honorable Kiva. Just a moment, the chairperson herself
Don't fight.
Honorable Modise.
Why is she fighting? Why is she fighting?
The land bill. Honorable Kiva should, he's supposed to read the nuclear bill. Nuclear amendment bill, not the land.
Thank you.
What's
The
happening?
14th, can I have order now? Honorable Mkiva, the report that you are supposed to be reading is on the 14th order. Consideration of the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill. If you have that report, that will be the one that we are supposed to be deliberating on now.
Kiva, you must leave this report.
Can we have order
Wena
here?
mfuluka Mkiva wena
Can we
man.
have order here? Can we have order
Wena
here?
mabatu.
Honorable
Mfuluka Mkiva.
if you have
Where do you
the
end
report,
away?
this has got nothing to do with ANC. This is an issue that is procedural.
Chairperson, can we come back to that bill because I had opened a different document, so you can come back to me and then I will table that bill. Can you pass to the next item for now?
There is no other item. This is the item that we will conclude with. So
it's only
if
you
the
and
Honorable
Modise, you're
Modise,
confuted.
Can you read the bill? Can you read the report?
Honorable Modise, can you
Thanks
read
for
the
paying
report?
attention,
Can
Mr.
we have
Mkiva.
order? There is only one chairperson here. Honorable Modise,
Dennis Ryder.
can you read your report?
Dennis Ryder, please don't
Chairperson.
Honorable
Chairperson.
Honorable Deputy Chair.
Who's speaking now?
The report.
They are fighting now over
The report of the Select Committee on Land Reform that relates to the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill, Section 75, is here. The bill was referred to the committee on the 14th of March,
and we continue
2024, whereafter the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy briefed the committee on the 9th of April 2024. On the 21st of March 2024, the committee placed an advertisement on the parliamentary website as well as on all electronic media platforms calling for the public comments. Only 2 submissions were received by the committee. During the deliberations of the 2nd May 2024, the researcher introduced the public submission report details, introducing the 2 submissions received. One was from ESCOM and the other from the Western Cape Ministry of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. The latter could not be considered as cocktail channels exist for other spheres of government to interact with national departments in the legislative processes. ESCOM highlighted several concerns, including comments highlighting grammatical errors. A request was put forward to clarify several terms used in the bill, and clarity is being sought regarding the process through which contraventions of the legislation will be addressed. Specific reference to clauses included inconsistencies in use of several terms in clause 1, B, G, and Q when compared to the IAEA glossary. And clarification was sought whether the regulator may enforce a system of administrative fines via directives and criminalizing certain aspects of non-compliance and requirements addressed in the regulatory documents. The department responded, stating that references made to the IAEA glossary is not accurate. The glossary is provided to member states, but is subject to national law on how legislation changes national circumstances. Differences between glossary terms and legislative terms is as a result of this. Glossary terms are aligned with national legislation. It was further stated that it was incorrect to state that the bill is not aligned with the Constitution or other legislative processes, as the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor would not have allowed to table the bill if it did not pass the legal scrutiny. Considering the response provided by the department, the committee wished to inquire from the State Law Advisor how many acts signed into law by the president were later challenged in court and found to be unconstitutional. The State Law Advisor, Chairperson, clarified that none of the bills vetted by herself had ever been found to be unconstitutional. Therefore, the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, having deliberated and considered the subject of the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Section 75, referred it to and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, agrees to the bill without amendments. That's the submission signed by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee, Madam T.C. Modise. Thank you very much. The report is being put to the House for adoption.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkiva, honorable members, honorable delegates. We shall now put the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Deputy Chairperson. Greetings
Thank
to
you.
the honorable members in the House, distinguished guests, and everyone. The EFF supports the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill. The National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill seeks to ensure that South Africa aligns itself with the international nuclear safety standards. To do this, we must change the powers and functions of the National Nuclear Regulator. Our position as the EFF is clear. We maintain that stability energy supply. We must maximize, pursue a mix of energy sources, including the expansion of our nuclear capacity beyond Quebec Nuclear Power Station, which remains the sole nuclear facility in Africa. Nuclear must be a large part of our low carbon and efficient base load source of energy. We must pursue this program with the necessary agency, discipline, and dedicated resources. We are unapologetic that South Africa should continue to maximally use the coal and explore scientific technologies such as carbon capture and offsetting mechanism to ensure that we reduce emissions. Nuclear power will contribute as it is a low carbon source of electricity. Lastly, nuclear will give us the necessary energy security and independence, which is central to economic stability and security. We have witnessed in the past 15 years the damage caused by the unreliable supply of electricity on the economy because of electricity blackouts and load shedding. Honorable members, we should immediately pursue a global cooperation with nations that have experienced a capacity to build a large-scale nuclear power plants. Countries such as Russia have done this many times. They have necessary experience and the correct political approach that allow for a build program that is coherent, practical, and will deliver a nuclear power plant without unnecessary delays, including considering purchasing power agreements. Lastly, Acting Speaker, nuclear energy will be central to the reindustrialization of South Africa and African continent. The EFF support the Nuclear Regulator Authority Amendment Bill. Thank you, Ndongweni, for listening to me.
It's nice to be listened to. You don't want to listen to other people.
Thank you, Honorable Makwala.
Yes,
Honorable Bibi.
Okay.
Honorable Bibi, I see your hand raised.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The AMDRE has proposed an amendment to the National Nuclear Regulation Bill to align South Africa's regulatory framework for nuclear safety with the International Atomic Energy Agency best practices. The African National Congress supports the amendment to the NNR bill since one of its primary objectives is to ensure that Quebec long-term operation safety case is benchmarked against the IAEA safety standards and international best practices. Put differently, the NNR bill complements the African National Congress policy imperatives in the nuclear industry as it empowers the National Nuclear Regulator to oversee Quebec LTO in a manner that ensures that the plant complies with the nuclear safety standards to protect individuals, society, and environment against radiological hazards linked to the use of nuclear technology. Furthermore, Chairperson, before amendments, the NNR was unable to exercise the regulatory oversight, evaluation, manufacturing of component parts, extent shutdown, radiation source that poses sufficient radiological hazards, radiation doses received by aircrew, and property exposed to radiation contamination during its usage that is designated for the release by the SNDF, just to name but a few. Conversely, the omission of these activities not only inhibited to NNR from performing its mandate adequately and effectively, but also ran counter to the IAEA's best practices. To remedy this, Chairperson, amendments to Section 2 and 20 of its bill offer and potential for extending the scope for the regulatory oversight to empower the NNR to holistically regulate the omitted activities. Chairperson, more importantly, the amendment of Section 2 of this bill tasks the NNR with the possibility to oversee the crucial processes of selecting and evaluation sites suitable for the construction of nuclear power installations as part of the implementation of the 2,500 megawatts nuclear new build program. In addition, Chairperson, to the above, the amendment of Section 5 of the bill empowers the NNR to exercise regulatory control related safety over the construction, seating, decommissioning, and closure of nuclear installation. Part of the reason why this amendment is so attractive is that it empowers the NNR to play a critical role in ensuring that nuclear research reactors are designed and operated to achieve the highest standards of safety that can reasonably be achieved. Therefore, Chairperson, this bill enables the NNR to oversee the replacement of the Safari 1 with the MPR so that the MPR can be designed and operated to keep all sources of radiation under strict control. I thank you, Chairperson. The ANC support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bibi. We shall now allow 1 minute for delegates that are outside of the platform to join the House. 1 minute. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised until the count is completed. And then those to lower all hands to prepare for the next vote.
Honorable
Thank you
Jadu,
again.
Honorable Jadu, vote in favor. Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you again, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Mushodu, vote in favor. Thank you.
Uvila Mosi Declaration, I'm Chairman, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, you said it comes from, you said that the Deputy Chair is the acting speaker.
I want the choppy.
So someone else
Honorable Khaya.
Check your notes.
She's the house chair. She's a deputy house chair. We are demoting her to Mangwe.
Yeah. So
Makola presented the
thank you. The
NA
count is
declaration.
completed. All hands have been lowered to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who vote again should please raise their hands and keep them raised until the count is completed. I don't see any hands. Let's go to delegates who abstain. Please raise your hands until the count is completed. I don't see any hands. Can we have the results, Advocate? So the results are as follows. In favor, 37, against 0, and abstentions is also 0. So the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, let me thank all the permanent delegates, the MECs, the special delegates, as well as those from Salga that availed themselves for today's sitting. With that, we conclude the business of the day and the House is adjourned. Thank you very much to everyone, even whilst today was so tumultuous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Special
Recording
dedication from
stopped.
KZN.